through several sources such as conventional and non-conventional way. Okay. Next is transport. It includes railway, roads, shipping, and civil aviation. Similarly, communication. Communication system comprises of post and telegraph, telecommunication system, broadcasting, television, and information services. Next is global trade, business, and management. The most important is international relations. Why we need international relations? Because no state can survive without the relationship with other countries. So no state can afford to live in isolation. You need to have the relation with other countries for your development of your country. International relationship is as much a product of necessity as social existence itself. It is not only for the social existence, the relationship is necessary, like a product is required for a human being to satisfy his need. Similarly, international relation is required for the country to have its prosperity. And with the industrial revolution, the world shrank and the distance were reduced. With the industrial revolution, what has happened? So it has become a global village. So we can share our product to other countries, other products also can share with us. So you must have seen that in everywhere you can find, not only in India, if you see, not only Indian product, you can find outside product also. We are exporting, importing the products so that it's globally available. Products are globally available. The term international relations can be defined in two ways. If you see in narrow way, it is confined to the study of official relations conducted by the authorized leader of the state. Through official relation, we send our ambassador to other country, and other country they send to our country. In this way, official way, we can have relationship. In broader sense, if you see, the relationship can be all intercourses among states and all movements of people. People are coming from other country, going to other countries, and goods and idea sharing across national frontiers. From students from our country, they are going to other countries student exchange program, they are coming to our country. So in this way, broadly, you can say these are the way of making international relationship. Now, one more important aspect is multinational corporation, MNCs. A multinational corporation is a corporation or enterprise that manages production, establishment, or deliver services in at least 2 countries. What is multinational corporation? It is a corporation which manages production, establishment, or deliver its services more than 1 country. An MNC can have powerful influence in international relations and local economies. It improves your local economy and develops your influence in the international relationship or trade with other countries. The MNC play an important role in globalization. We call it as global village because we share our product across the globe. So it plays an important role to make it a globalization or making it a global village. MNCs are also called transnational corporation because it is spread in different countries, not only 1 country. It is the business is carried out in more than 1 country. So it is called as, also it can be called as transnational corporation. MNC can be divided into 3 broad groups according to the configuration of their production facilities. What are those? Horizontal integrated MNCs, vertical integrated MNCs, and diversified MNCs. What is horizontal integrated MNCs? It manages production establishment located in different countries to produce the same or similar products. For example, McDonald's. So different countries produces the same similar products. Next is vertical integrated. Vertical integrated MNCs manages production and stability in certain countries to produce products that serve as input to the production and stability in other countries also, like Adidas shoe. You can see that Adidas shoe in one or many countries, it is produced in one country and supplied to many countries. Similarly, diversified MNCs manage production and stability located in different countries that are neither horizontal nor vertically integrated. For example, Microsoft. These are the different kind of MNCs. Now let us see definition and meaning of MNCs. If you see the definition, a corporation that controls production facilities in more than one country. An organization or a corporation which controls production facilities in more than one country. Such facilities having been acquired through the process foreign direct investment, what we called as FDI. Through foreign direct investment, these facilities have been provided.
Excuse me,
and
sir.
firms that participate in international business is called as multinational company. Yes, any doubt?
Sir, please make the full screen view.
Full screen.
Yes, sir.
It is full screen only. No.
No, sir.
Just a second.
Thank you, sir.
So what is the definition? A corporation that controls production facilities more than one country. That is the one point. The second is such facilities having been acquired through the process of foreign direct investment. This is the next point. And the third one is firms that participate in international business. It has to participate in international business. However large they may be, solely by exporting or by licensing technology are not multinational enterprises. Only for, it may be very large company, but only by licensing or exporting technology, it cannot be multinational company. It has to be the other two components, like three components, like it must be controlled production more than one country. It should facilitate acquire the process of foreign direct investment, and it must participate international business.
Sir, excuse me, can you give a brief description of FDI, foreign direct investment?
What is that?
Give a brief description of foreign direct investment, sir.
Yes, foreign direct investment only.
We are new to this term, so can you give a brief description?
Sorry, can you say loudly?
Sir,
Sir,
please,
we are new to this term, sir.
we are actually new to this term, foreign direct investment. So give a brief description, sir.
Yeah, okay, sure. Just a second. Yeah, foreign direct investment. It is foreign direct investment in the sense the foreign companies which must be given permission to do their business in our country, in which they should have their maximum share capital, and they should have the control over that one. So, like India, the other countries, we are giving permission to other countries, multinational company, foreign companies to do their business in our country. Such kind of companies are called as multinational company, and through foreign direct investment. They will be investing other countries, companies, they will be investing in India. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank
It
you.
is not Indian company, it is foreign national companies. They will be
Yes, sir.
direct
Clear.
in our country.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Next is the various benchmarks sometimes used to define multinational are that company must have, these are the following conditions. Produce abroad as well as in the headquarters country. They should produce rather than just distribute, not only distributing, they should produce abroad as well as in the headquarters. In own country as well as other country, they should produce the product. Secondly, operate in a certain minimum number of nations. For example, more than 6, here I have given more than 2 countries. Operate in certain minimum number, must be 2. Derive some minimum percentage of its income from foreign operations. Some minimum percentage of income from the foreign operation, they should gain the profit. Have a certain minimum ratio of foreign to total number of employees or a foreign total value of asset. Minimum ratio, whatever it is, as per the rules, it has to be maintained minimum ratio of number of employee as well as total value of asset. How much asset a foreign national company have and how much India should have in that one. Possess a management team with geocentric orientations. Geocentric, it will be centered in different location. Direct control foreign investment as opposed simply holding shares in the foreign companies. Directly control over the foreign investment. This is the definition of, these are the conditions which must be fulfilled to become a multinational company. Now let us see merits of MNC. MNC have helped to increase the investment level and thereby the income and employment in host country. What it does is help to increase the investment level and thereby what is that? It is earning profit or income or earning revenue and employment in host country and creating opportunity for employment. Next is the transnational corporation has become vehicle for the transfer technology, especially to the developing countries. So those are which are developing countries like India, it has become vehicle for transfer technology. We borrow technology from the developed country. Through MNCs, what we do, we borrow the technology. If some of the countries had some latest development, we can borrow the technology. We can under the license, we can produce the similar kind of product in our country. They also kindle a managerial revolution in host countries through professional management and employment with highly sophisticated management techniques. So what we do, we can just a second. They also kindle a managerial revolution in the host countries through professional management and the employment of highly sophisticated management techniques. Many of the countries, they have the sophisticated management techniques. For example, Japan management technique. Sometimes we use in management the Japan techniques, and some other countries, if they have some kind of sophisticated management, we can adopt those for the improvement of our organization. Similarly, the MNC enable the host country to increase their exports and decrease their import requirement. MNC, what they can do, they can increase their export capacity and decrease their import requirements. Once the products is manufactured in the country, so we need not to import more products. So we can export those products to the other countries. They work to equalize the cost of factors production around the world. They try to equalize the cost factor production around the world. So by using the sophisticated techniques and data development in management, so you can manage the production factors or cost factor during production. MNC provide an efficient means of integrating national economy. It provides efficient means of integrating national economy. It helps in the developing economic of the country. The enormous resources of the multinational enterprises enable them to have very efficient research and development system. What is that? MNCs have sufficient resources, so which will help to carry out research and development in the system. You can do the research because you have sufficient resources. Thus, they make a commendable contribution to invention and innovation. Once research and development is being done, then you can bring innovation and invention in your product. The MNC also stimulate domestic enterprises because to support their own operation, and MNC may encourage assist domestic suppliers. MNC help increases competition and break monopolies. Once the product freely available in the market, so monopoly will be broken. So these are the merits of MNCs. Why I am discussing about the point to point about MNC, because most of the time this question comes in your examination. What do you understand by multinational company and what are the merits and demerits of MNCs? Most of the time it is a repeated question. That's why I'm discussing a little bit more. Now see the demerits of MNCs. The MNC technology is designed for worldwide profit maximization, not the development needs of the poor countries. Why it is designed? It is designed for the worldwide profit maximization. They want to maximize their profit. So that's why in many countries they are having operation. Through their power and flexibility, MNC can evade and undermine national economic autonomy and control. Through their power and flexibility, what they do, they create their economic autonomy and control over the organization, and their activities may be inimical and to the national interest. It may not be for the interest of the nation. It is for their own benefit only. MNC may destroy competition and acquire monopoly power. MNC may destroy competition because multinational companies, they have their unique product because they have sufficient resources and they can make the product unique. And in that case, they can have the monopoly in the market. So there won't be any competition. The tremendous powers of the global corporation causes the risk that they may threaten the sovereignty of the nation in which they do business. Because the global power is very high and the MNCs, they have the high power, and so there is a risk that they may threaten to the sovereignty of the nation. MNC retard growth of employment in the home country. What is that? It retard the growth of home country. So MNC products are unique product. It's a superior product. So the growth of the national product will be coming down because public will be liking to the superior product and country product they may not like. So it can retard the growth of employment in home country. The transnational corporation causes first depletion of some of the non-renewable natural resources in the host country. It can deplete non-renewable natural resources of the country. They have also been used up. Yes.
Can you please give me an example of monopoly of any MNC?
Monopoly of MNC in the sense, for example, you take any unique product like multinational product.
No, actually I got the point, but I want an example of any company which is doing monopoly business, which is an MNC also.
There are many products. There is chances of monopoly. It is not that there is the rules that you should not do monopolies against the global policy, but there are the chances. People will be liking, like for example, you take the example of,
sir.
Sorry.
Pepsi and Coca-Cola.
Yeah, you take any, there is not only single Pepsi or Coca-Cola, there are the many products. Take example of Coca-Cola itself. If most of the people, if you have the own national product, they will not be liking, people will not be liking to your product. So Pepsi or Coca-Cola, they will be reigning the market. So everyone will be demanding Coca-Cola. Nobody will go for the country product. So there is the retardation, chances of retardation of our growth will be reduced, and they will create monopoly. Whatever the price or whatever the product, they will sell in the market.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Next is the transnational corporation causes fast depletion of some of the renewable natural resources. Some of the renewable natural resources may they may use more, so that there is a chances of depletion. Yes. Anything?
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, how does the MNC retard the growth of employment in the home countries?
Because you will be liking those superior products. Always you will be liking. You want to go for buying those kind of product. A national product, which is you may be feeling that it is Indian product, it is inferior. In that way, the demand will not be there. Naturally, there will be retardation in the growth of the local product. Isn't it?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. The transfer pricing enables MNC to avoid taxes by manipulating prices on the intra-company transaction. That is again, there is a chances of avoiding taxes by manipulating the price. The next is the MNC undermine local culture and tradition, change the consumption habit of their benefit against the long-term interest of the local community. What they do, the MNC undermine the local culture and tradition. They forget about what is the local culture. For example, McDonald's. It was very popular for the non-veg burger. But when they initially they started in India, so non-veg was not much demanded. So they made it to there was a demand that there has to be vegetarian product, and McDonald's is the purely non-vegetarian company. So slowly, what they have done. So as per the Indian culture, they have to change it to vegetarian product also. Both the things, non-veg and veg, they are supplying. Otherwise, it will not be accepted. As per the culture, they have to change their product. Because McDonald's was very popular for his signature dish like non-veg burger. But nowadays, it is veg products are also available in the McDonald's. Similarly, change the consumption habit, like fast food. So in our countries, we used to like the homemade food, but nowadays in market you can see the fast food or the quickly making food, like ready-made foods are available in the market. You can bring it quickly, you can cook, and for example, 2 minutes Maggi. Within 2 minutes, you can prepare Maggi and consume it. So the changing habit also, they may change. Next is foreign capital and collaboration. Most of the country in the world which embark on the road to economic development have to depend on foreign capital to some extent. Many of the country, most of the countries, they depend on the, like same what we are discussing, foreign investment, foreign capital in our own country to some extent. The need for foreign capital for a developing country like India can arise on account of the following reasons. What are those reasons? Number one, domestic capital is inadequate for purpose of economic growth. So what are the domestic capital we have? It is not sufficient for our economic growth. That's why we need that foreign company also invest in our country. For want of experience, domestic capital and entrepreneurship may not flow into certain lines of production. So for want of experience, we do not have sufficient experience on the particular product. So we need to have some foreign companies to invest in our country. There may be potential savings in a developing country like India, but this may come forward only at higher level of economic activity. We may be having the potential to develop our economy, but it is in higher level. So to reach the higher level of economy, we need some foreign investment in our country. It may be difficult to mobilize domestic savings for the financing of projects that are badly needed for the economic growth of the country. Foreign capital brings with it others shows productive factors such as technical know-how, business experience, and knowledge. Foreign capital brings what is that? Special technology, business experience, etc. So that we will be benefited out of the latest technology and latest business experiences. These all are about the infrastructure of the country. So it is all theoretical part. You can go through books once again and prepare for your examination point of view. And what are the important points I have already discussed. And next, the important topic is law of contract, which is a little bit typical. And most of the students, they are not able to write, answer the question properly. During graduation, we have seen that many of the students, they are not able to write law part. So let us discuss about the law of contract. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If I ask, have you done any contract till now? Any one of you have done contract, signed contract?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Can you give one example?
Procurement contract, sir.
Sorry?
Procurement contract I have carried out.
Okay.
I am working in institutions. There we procure some important item also.
Okay.
And,
in organization, you have done contract. Many of the organizations, they do contract. Okay.
And
Individually.
Non-disclosure.
Sorry?
Non-disclosure agreement, which we do with our suppliers.
Okay.
If we share with some content, they are abide to not disclose to anyone.
Okay. In companies, in your organization, you have done contract. But if I ask individually, have you done signed any contract? Any one of you?
Yeah, with banks for loan agreements.
Very good.
leave,
Anything else? Anybody else?
lease and license, sir. Leave and license also.
Okay.
In
Anything
mobile,
else?
in mobiles for any kind of application, we do accept for their agreements.
Okay. Anything else?
The basic one is rent agreement, sir.
Yes, rent agreement is a good
Anything?
Company and
Insurance policy.
That means all of you had done some kind of contract, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Here, day to day life,
Sir.
you can see that lot of contracts you are signing, but you are not aware of it. For example, if you are taking registering email ID, okay, that is also I accept. Somewhere you have seen that tick mark and you click onto the I accept. That is also a contract. You are taking your cell phone number. There also you are signing I accept it. That is also a kind of contract. You are buying a bus ticket. Okay. You have bought a bus ticket. Morning you have come to your workplace by bus. Okay. You are buying a ticket. What does it mean? Is it a contract?
Yes, it's
Hello?
a short-term contract.
Yes, sir.
Suppose you are buying a bus ticket. Is it a contract?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it can be called as implied contract. You have bought a ticket, that means you have the intention to travel by bus and to pay fee, pay the amount, isn't it? That is called as implied contract. So day to day life, lot of contracts you are making, but whereas
ಪ್ರಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಮಂತ್ರಾಲಯ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಮತ್ತು మన ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಆಗಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಗೆ ಆಮ್ ಆದ್ಮಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಇದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಆಗಾಗ
hello Are you able to?
Some noise was coming, sir, from somewhere.
Yeah, in between. Why we have not muted? Because we want to have interaction classes.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe
That's
someone.
why we have not muted. But
Opportunity, sir, for us.
all of you should maintain discipline within yourself so that. Okay, we are discussing over the daily, day-to-day life. Lots of contracts you are signing, isn't it? You are making contract, but we are not aware of it. Then what does mean? What do you mean by contract? Anyone? Can you say? Can anyone say what is contract? Contract is an agreement, isn't it? It is an agreement enforceable by law. Okay. Are you listening? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Audible, sir.
contract is an agreement which is enforceable by law. Okay. Okay, we'll discuss in detail. Indian, it comes under the Indian Contract Act, 1872.
Kachita is good. Where is it? Where? I'll give you.
Please mute your system, please. The law of contract is coming under the Indian Contract Act 1872. The relating to contract in India is contained in the Indian Contract Act 1872. The act is mainly based on the English common law. It is based on the English common law and came into force on the first day of September 1872. It is very old law. It has been framed in. It has come to, into force on first day of September 1872. It extends to whole of India except the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Okay. The act deals with the general rules relating to all types of contract from section 1 to 75. We did not remember all those sections, but just a brief idea.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
After removal of 370 and 19A, whether this law will be applicable to Jammu and Kashmir or not?
Until the law of contract is changed, you cannot say, because as per the Contract Act till now, it is like that only. After changing, they may change the law of contract also, or they may change it to, they may bring Jammu and Kashmir in the purview of this Contract Act. So that is high level. We cannot say. Right now, whatever the law is, law of contract say, we have to discuss that one. So the Act deals with the general rules relating to all types of contracts, section 1 to 75, and contains special provision governing specific contracts such as those bailment, pledge, indemnity, guarantee, and agency. All these are also coming under the Contract Act. This Act also contains provisions relating to contract of sales and goods. There is a separate law, Sales and Goods Act also is there. This is coming under the Indian Contract Act. Besides, there are separate acts that deals with exclusively contract-related negotiable instrument. There's a, you must have heard about the Negotiable Instrument Act, which deals with the
Securities.
Checks. Have you heard about negotiable instrument?
81.
Okay. Transfer of immovable property and insurance, etc. It is important to note that Contract Act does not cover its ambit any social custom and usage of trade. Any social custom is there for trade, it is not covered under Contract Act. Let us see the meaning of contract. Section 2H of Indian Contract 1870, what it says, an agreement enforceable by law is a contract. There has to be agreement. You can see the two parts. There has to be an agreement which must be enforceable by law. Can you give any example? There has to be agreement which should be enforceable by law. Any example?
Sir, insurance
Yes,
policies.
sir.
Insurance policy.
Rent agreement.
Leasing a house, sir.
All agreements, sir. All
When
agree-
taking,
sir.
sir, when taking the electric connection, before the connection is installed,
Okay, I'll ask
we
you.
have to agreement with the company.
Yeah. Okay. Suppose I ask that I want to sell my bike for 10,000 rupees. A want to sell his bike for 10,000 rupees, and B has accepted. Whether it is a contract or not.
Contract, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
There has to be.
because
If there is a
they are
paperwork,
There has to be an offer and acceptance.
Yeah,
yes,
both
sir.
the things are there. Suppose, for example, A tells to B that if you kill B, kill C, I will give you 10,000 rupees. Whether it is
No.
a contract,
That
No.
is illegal
not a contract.
because
not
there
a
is
legal
no
Not a contract.
by law,
purpose to be legal.
there is no paperwork.
but it's illegal.
Yes,
So
sir.
that
It is
cannot be
illegal.
contract. So, okay, let us go for the next lesson. An agreement enforceable by law is a contract. Therefore, a contract has two important elements. One is agreement and the other is obligation, which is enforceable by law. Contract equal to agreement plus legal obligation. Okay. Then what is an agreement? Agreement is the outcome of the consensus between the parties who enter into a contract. It is the consensus between the two parties. The promise made between them represent concurrence of their mind. That means similarity of mind. Both the parties, they are ready to accept to the offer. Okay. It is the outcome of the consensus between the two parties. If the two parties they are agreed for the particular discussion or particular offer, then it will be an agreement. This would not be an agreement if the party do agree, but not on the same thing in the same sense. If there is a difference in mind, then it cannot be an agreement. It has to be in same sense, in same mind, same thing. Okay. Only consensus is not sufficient, but the same thing for the same sense. If you are accepting, then only it will be an agreement. There has to be concession and consensus ad item. Both the parties should have same kind of mind. Section 2C of the Indian Contract defines the term agreement as every promise or every set of promise forming consideration for each other can be called as agreement. The promise must have some kind of consideration. If I want to sell my A want to sell his bike, the consideration is 10,000 rupees. Any doubt?
No
No,
doubts.
sir. No.
Yeah, there has to be some kind of consideration. For example, you can see A received rupees 10,000 from B and promised to supply him 10 bags of rice after 10 days. It is a promise. He has made promise. It shall be a set of promise. He promises to supply 10 bags of rice after 10 days and he promises to pay him rupees 10,000 after the rice is supplied. Thus, agreement is equal to offer for acceptance. He has given offer that if you pay 10,000 rupees, I will give this much a bag after these many days. And after the delivery, if the B pays 10,000 rupees, that means it become the ready to pay 10,000 rupees. Then it's become agreement is equal to you have made offer, the other party has acceptance, it becomes an agreement. And agreement which is enforceable by law is a contract. That agreement, if it is not enforceable by law, then it cannot be a contract. So in this case, it is an enforceable by law. It is a contract. Okay. For example, a father makes an agreement with a son that if you pass in first class, I'll give you bike. So later on, father doesn't give bike to his son. Can son goes to the court of law for claiming that my father has to give me bike? Are you able to understand?
No.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Father promises his son to give him bike once he passed with first division. So later on, he has passed first division, but later father has not given him bike. So can he go to the court of law for?
No,
No.
No, sir.
Why?
It does not enforceable by law.
வந்து இல்லைன்னு சொன்னா திரும்பி இங்க வரணும்னு நிறைய பேர் ஆயிடுறாங்க. ஆக்சுவலா வந்து என்னன்னா இப்ப 2 மாஸ்டராவே ஒரு ஆள் லீவ் எடுத்தா கூட ஒரு ஆள் கண்டினியூ ஆக்சுவலா நீங்க காலைல மத்தியானம் பாத்தீங்கன்னு வைங்க, எனக்கு யாருமே தேவையில்லை. நானும் அப்பா அம்மா ஒரு 4 லேடிஸ்
Please mute your system. Please mute your system.
நைட்டு 5 மணிக்கு ஒர்க் பண்ண நம்மளுக்கு ஸ்டெமினா இருக்கும். திரும்பி நைட்டு 12 o'clock ஸ்டெமினா இருக்கும். அதனால விட்டு மாஸ்டர் வரவங்க எப்படி வராங்கன்னா டெய்லி கடல் லீவ் விடாம நடத்தலாம். ஆனா எப்படி நம்ம மாஸ்டர்
கொஞ்சம்
வேலை செய்வாங்க.
Bro, kindly you mute your system.
Ganesh Kumar, please mute yours. Okay. No, because interaction is required.
Actually, son and father cases we were discussing, sir.
I request all of you, please mute your system. Otherwise, it will be difficult to discuss. Shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now let us see what is a promise. The term promise defined in section 2B, which says a proposal when accepted becomes a promise. Proposal means offer. If you offer something, then other party accepted, then it becomes a promise. Thus, a promise implies an acceptable offer. When one person A offers something to B and B accepts it, then it becomes a promise. Now let us see offer. Offer is also defined in section 2A. When one person signifies to another his willingness to do or abstain from doing anything with a view to obtaining the assent of the other to such act or abstinence is said to make a proposal. Okay, part by part we'll see. When one person signifies to another his willingness, when a person expresses his willingness to other to do or abstain to do something, to do or not to do something, with a view to obtaining the assent, means his intention to get the consent from you for such act, he is said to make a proposal. Could you understand?
Yes, sir.
If someone says to someone,
Yes,
if you do this thing or not to do this thing, I will pay you something. In that case, if the person is accepting that one, that can be called as proposal. Okay, that is an offer made to someone, and the other, if he is accepting, that can be called as acceptance. Later on, we'll see what is acceptance. First, see what is an offer. A person expresses his willingness to other to do or not to do something. That is an offer or proposal. What is acceptance? Acceptance has been defined in section 2B. When the person to whom the proposal is made signifies his assent to thereto, the proposal is said to be accepted. When offer is made, the other person, he show his acceptance, then it is called as the proposal is said to be accepted. When proposal is accepted, then it becomes a promise. Okay. Again, promise becomes agreement, and agreement becomes contract. Example, you can see he lost his cell phone and announced that anybody who bought his cell phone back home would receive 500 rupees as a reward. B heard the announcement and brought the cell phone back home. He is said to have accepted the proposal by doing the act required by A, and C can recover the reward. Is it all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us see promiser and promisee. Who is a promiser and who is a promisee? A person who makes the promise is called the promiser or offerer, and the person to whom the proposal is made known as promisee or offering. In case an agreement is a set of promises, then a person becomes a promiser and promisee. Thus, if there is an offer, acceptance, and consensus agreed between the parties, there is an agreement. There is an offer, there is an acceptance, and both the people have similar sense of thinking, similar mind, and for the similar thing, same thing, then there is an agreement. However, this agreement does not become a contract unless there is a corresponding obligation enforceable at law. Corresponding obligation, there is an agreement, but there has to be some kind of obligation. Okay, for example, if A wants to sell his bike to B, B needs to pay 10,000 rupees or whatever he demands. As per that, he has to do. There has to be some obligation, and which is to be enforceable at law, which is to be accepted by law. Then only it becomes a contract. Otherwise, it cannot be a contract. Now, is it clear? Contract?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, legal obligation. What is an obligation? What we just now discussed, there has to be an obligation. What is an obligation? It is the legal duty of a person to carry out what he has promised to do or not to do. It is the legal duty of a person to carry out what he has promised to do or not do. If he has promised to pay 10,000 rupees, he has to pay 10,000 rupees. That is the obligation. And agreements are contracts if they are made by the free consent of the parties competent to enter into contract. We'll discuss later on what is free consent, what is competent to contract, who is competent to contract for a lawful consideration and with a lawful object and not hereby expressly declared to be void. All agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent.
Hello, good morning. Excuse me.
Yes, anything?
Yeah, so there are obligation section 10 of which contract of law or any section of then the constitution.
The contract of section 10. 1872 contract of section 10, it says that obligation.
Okay.
It is the legal duty of a person to carry out what he had promised to do or not to do. Because when promise is accepted by others, then it becomes proposal. Proposal becomes agreement, and later the agreement becomes a contract. All agreements are contract.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, in the exam point of view, is it necessary you have to mention about the sections and write the answer, or just the concept is enough?
No need. We don't expect a writing section from you. It's a law student. Normally they write for you. We don't.
Yeah.
Okay. At least just for your knowledge sake, we have mentioned it here. Otherwise, you did not to write. Simply write objects. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So all agreements are contract if they are made by free consent. If it should not be forced to someone to sign contract or accept it. There should not be coercion. There should not be some threat. So it should be with free consent. If freely is accepted, then only it becomes a valid one. And competent to contract. Who can competent contract? A sound mind person who is major. A minor cannot be. Minor will not be competent to contract. A lunar person cannot be competent to contract. So party must be competent to contract for a lawful consideration. It is not that if you kill someone, I'll pay this much amount. It is unlawful. So there has to be lawful consideration. For example, I want to sell my bike for 10,000 rupees. That is lawful consideration. And with a lawful object. Object should be lawful and not hereby expressed declared to be void. Which is declared void by the court of law, that cannot be the part of it. So later on, we will discuss what is void and valid. Therefore, a person becomes legally bound to do what he has promised to do only if the following conditions are fulfilled. What are the conditions? The capacity of the party. Only those persons who are competent to enter into a contract can create valid obligation. Competent to contract, as I said, the major person should not be owner.
Before after actation, kitchen only kitchen, nothing.
Students, please mute your system.
Sonali, kindly mute.
Yeah, next there should be a next component is free consent. Absence of consent does not create a legal obligation. If you do not have free consent, then it doesn't create legal obligation. So it will be void contract. It cannot be a valid one. So lawful consideration of object. Consideration means something in return. Quid pro quo, for example, a promise to give his bike to B for no money. Here there is no consideration. Hence, there is no obligation. Can a person make a contract with himself? Hello, students. Hello.
Sorry.
No,
No,
sir.
sir. That is not
No,
possible.
sir.
Not
There
possible.
there should be two parties at
There
least.
could be lawful consideration, but it will not be possible to contract with self.
Sir,
There
one
has to
doubt.
be two parties. Okay.
Sir, excuse me. Sir.
Yes.
Sir, can you give an example for that free consent?
Free consent. Suppose,
yes.
For example, a person give a proposal, to you with a gun keeping on your head. He will say that if you will not accept, I will shoot you. Then in that, your consent is not free. Or sometimes what they do, if you will not do this thing, I will do something else. I will create a problem for you. So that is also not free consent. Okay. Is it clear?
Thank you.
If you
Yes,
threaten
sir.
a person,
Yes, sir.
Okay,
if you will not sign the contract, I will kill your son or do something wrong to your property or something else. I will do. Some harmful thing I will do to you. So on that, yes. Hello.
Yes, sir. Understand, sir. Understand.
Understood?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, in this lawful consideration object, quid pro quo is there, na sir? Means
that is Latin term. No need to lesson. Something in return. That means that is a Latin term. In law, it is being used quid pro quo. Or that means something in return. You have to give something in return. There has to be some consideration. If there is no consideration, it cannot be an legal lawful agreement.
like in the sense like making agreement, like document work, like that, sir.
Sorry.
Like something in written means we will be giving agreement with signatures, na sir, like that. Giving law before, like
No,
contract.
See, contract
like
can be, it can be oral contracts or written contract. We'll discuss later on those parts.
Okay.
Where agreement signing is necessary, some of the part, and where it is not necessary, even witness also it can be. Sometimes it can be just oral contract itself is sufficient. So there are a lot of things we will discuss later on. But lawful consideration means something for it's something you have to pay. So if someone doing some work, you need to some remuneration. You have to. It has to be there. Otherwise, it cannot be a valid one.
Okay.
That can be money, goods, kinds, any other thing.
Anything. If you do this work, I will help you in some other work. That is also possible. Not only money, it can be anything. Okay, but there has to be some kind of consideration.
Okay.
Sir, is legal, sir, is vocal contract legal in India?
Which one?
Vocal,
Oral contract.
I mean, if oral contract.
Yes, there is oral contract also. We'll discuss in subsequent classes. So I think time is over. Next class, by next week, we'll be discussing in details about the contract. Next, we'll discuss about company law. So all of you, please join next time and go through at least once, and we'll have discussion. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Thank you, sir.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, can you please stop sharing the slides so that I can share my slides, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Sir, can you please stop sharing your slides? Because I have to present now.
Sir, kindly carry on.
Okay, first I share the slide. If it is working, then. So whether my slides are visible?
No, sir.
On
Not
managerial
yet.
economics?
No,
No,
sir.
sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It is visible.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now visible.
Okay, fine.
Sir, the PPT, they have not yet uploaded in the website, sir.
Yeah, it will be uploaded. I will share with the organizers. They will upload very soon.
Okay, sir.
So good morning to all of you. I request all the participants to mute your mic so that there won't be any disruption during my presentation. So in between, since I'll be taking 2 lectures, so after some time I will look into the chat. If there are any questions, I will address it.
Okay.
So in continuation of the previous classes, particularly on Unit 2, I was discussing about production and cost analysis yesterday. So today, as a continuation, I'll be dealing a very short topic on analysis of risk and uncertainty. So everyone knows that when an entrepreneur is working in any organization, he or she will be encountering a lot of business risk and uncertainty. So in this lecture will give an idea about the difference between risk and uncertainty and how the managers will have to safeguard their organization by
Sir,
making some.
sorry to interrupt, sir. So once again.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Sir, actually, we need these videos also, sir, in our website. If it is uploaded, it will be easy. In between, it is getting confused, and we couldn't able to clear that one.
I understand. Actually, I am only a faculty, so I'm not part of the Directorate of Distance Education. So I will inform this message to the organizers, right? So so they will do that. Okay.
Okay, sir. If it is uploaded, it will be easy to again and again to see.
Yeah, I understand. I will pass the message to the Directorate of Distance Education.
Okay,
Okay.
sir.
With this, we will continue the lecture. In this lecture, I will be telling about the different types of risk, the manager's attitude towards risk, and what are the decisions that can be taken to manage the risk and uncertain situation. So before that, let me explain the difference between risk and uncertainty. In economic parlance, risk means the choice of loss due to the fact that all possible outcomes and their probability of occurrence are known. It means that you have the idea of what might be the possible outcome and their probability of occurrence. So that is an what you call technically known as risk. Whereas uncertainty means here the manager will not be able to predict with absolute accuracy, but all possibilities and their associated probabilities of occurrence are known. Maybe I would give an example. Uncertain situation is we are not sure about when there will be a fire accident. It is very difficult to predict accurately. Whereas regarding the risk, I would say price risk. Though this is also very difficult, but if you have a good, what you call intuition, or if you have econometric skills, you can estimate what would be the future prices and what is the probability associated with the occurrence, right? So apart from that, we have business risk, that is the chance of loss associated with the given managerial decision. Then we have market risk, that is a chance that a portfolio of investment can lose money or profit due to the volatility that is prevailing in the different markets. Then another risk is inflation risk, that is associated with the persistent increase in the price level, which will undermine the real economic value of any legal agreement that involves a fixed promise to pay over an extended period. Then we have interest rate risk. This arises due to the changing interest rate in the economy. Then we have credit risk. This may arise when the party fails to abide any contractual obligations in credit market. Then we have liquidity risk. This means that there is a difficulty of selling the corporate assets and investment in open market. Then we have derivative risk. That is this risk, what you call happens in the derivative market. That is the chance of volatility that existing in the financial derivatives like futures, forwards, swap, that could create loss on investment by the investors because of the increasing volatility in prices. Then we have cultural risk. Cultural risk also may arise due to loss of market differences due to distinctive social customs in the society. Then we have currency risk. This is a probable loss due to changes in the domestic currency value in comparison to the foreign currency, usually US dollar. Then there might be a policy risk also. So that is the chance of loss because of the domestic and foreign government policy. If there is no alignment between domestic policy and foreign government policy, then there may be some chances of policy risk. So before getting into the yes, please.
Sir, can you please explain on credit risk, sir?
So credit risk, basically, this will arise when a particular party in a credit market fails to follow the contractual obligations. Okay. Suppose you are getting into a contract for buying some amount of credit for a particular rate of interest, and you are not able to pay on time, then the risk arises, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now let's have some idea about the basic concept that exists in when we deal about risk and uncertainty. One is expected value. Expected value means the probable payoff associated with the all possible outcome, that is known as expected value. The formula is given here. Expected value is the probability associated with the success. Maybe here in this case it is given 40% and plus probability associated with the failure. In this case it is 20%. So you know that the probability, the maximum value is 1, right? That is 100%. So of course it's a hypothetical value what is given here. So in this case it is 25. That is the expected value associated with the possible outcome, that is success or failure. Then we have another concept called variability. That is it is an extent to which the all possible outcome of an uncertain situation differs from one situation to another situation. So in this case, the difference between the expected outcome and the actual outcome, obviously there will be some deviation, right? So technically that is called as deviation, which arises or attributed to the variability in the instance of risk and uncertainty situation. Then we have three types of.
Sir, how they have written that success by 1/4 and failure 3/4? It's a ratio.
Yeah, it's a ratio. As I already told, probability the maximum is 1. That is 100%. Okay, so 1/4 is attributed to success, and 3/4 is attributed to the failure. So it's a hypothetical value. Just to make clear. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Please example. Derivative risk.
One more thing, actually, of course, I love to interact, but the problem is the syllabus is too huge. If I keep on interacting, then it will be very difficult for me to conclude it. Okay. So what I request is you can put the questions in the chat box. At the end, I will interact. Otherwise, if we keep on discussing, then we will lose the the actual content which has to be delivered. I'm sure everyone has some questions. That is fine. But still, I also have to, abide by the syllabus also, right? Any question? Someone is asking now. Okay. So there are three types of what you call behavior in risk. One is risk loving. That is, it arises when the payoff, that is the expected value, is greater than the, sorry, when the payoff means the returns is greater than the expected value. For example, if you look the illustration which is given at the right side of the slide, so you're seeing the horizontal axis showing the M, that is the money, and the vertical axis showing the utility. Utility means the satisfaction you are derived from a particular activity. So in this case, if you see the amount of money you are investing leads to greater amount of utility. So it means that obviously it leads to risk loving. So more you take risk, more or greater is the likelihood of getting profit, right? Then the another category is risk aversion. So it is the behavior of the managers when the payoff is less than the expected value. When obviously when the returns are less than the expected value, obviously the manager will try to move away from the risk. That is you can see the concerned chart. The amount of money invested. So the amount of money invested, for example, from M1 to M2, you see the the change. It is higher in comparison to the utility derived. Utility derived, that is the magnitude or distance between U1 and U2 is less in comparison to the distance between M1 and M2. So in this case, the manager will try to escape from the risk, that is avoid risk. Third category is the risk neutral person. Here here what happens, the concerned manager behavior takes place when the expected value is equal to the payoff. That is, whatever you are investing, the same amount of satisfaction you will get by taking a risk. Okay. What are the different strategies or techniques through which you can manage the risk? The first one is insurance. Everyone knows. Even most of you might have already having life insurance. It is one of the mechanism through which you can manage the life risk. Okay, so in this case, I'm giving an example of life insurance. Similarly, we have a general insurance wherein we insure the vehicles. Like that, we have a lot of insurance like crop insurance. Then we can insure the animals, or even we can insure the machinery. Lot of options are there. Then second one is hedging. Hedging means you are transferring the risk from one person to another. This you can avail in commodity market. There are, we can give examples like futures market, wherein you are transferring the risk from one person to another person. That is, by what you call buyer will be transferring the risk from themselves to the seller. Okay, that is a producer or whoever is being a part of the futures trading. Then the next strategy is diversification. So diversification, you are getting into more than one activity, so that even if you are encountering loss in one activity, the other activity will help you to get some profit. For example, in agriculture, if take a farmer is having maybe 10 acres of land. So instead of cultivating only one crop, the farmer suggested to cultivate more than one, maybe 2 acres maybe paddy, and 2 acres maybe cotton, and another 3 acres maybe vegetables, like that. So in case if the farmer is encountering any loss with respect to the area under vegetable, he or she might be getting profit from other crops, right? So it's a very widely used and suggested strategy against risk and uncertain situation. And the last one is the adjustment with provision made for the expected loss. So as a manager, what kind of decisions you can take under uncertain situation? There are three possible decisions. One is maxi max rule. Second one is maxi min rule. And the third one is mini max rule. Am I audible or not? Hello? Any one of you can text in the chat box. Okay, fine. Thank you, Mr. Manoj. Yeah, thank you. So let me continue the presentation. So I was telling about the different criteria that can be considered to manage the uncertain situation. The first one is the maxi max rule. Here, what happened? The manager will be selecting the best possible outcome from each decision and choosing the decision with the maximum payoff for all the best outcomes. So that is called as maxi max rule. The second one is maxi min rule. Here, what will happen? The manager will deal by selecting a worst outcome from each investment decision. Suppose all the investment decisions are leading to worst outcome, but still the manager will be choosing the decision which gives the maximum payoff among all the worst decisions. Then it is known as maxi min rule. The third one is mini max rule. Here the manager will be dealing with determining the worst potential regret associated with each decision and then choosing the decision with the minimum worst potential regret. Okay, so these are the three possible conditions, and among the three possible conditions, what a manager should do is given in this three possible situations. So with this, we are concluding the unit 2, wherein I was telling about production analysis, cost analysis in yesterday's class, and today I concluded the unit 2 with a short lecture on analysis of risk and uncertainty. Now let's go to the unit 3, in which I'll be telling about the market structure. It's a single lesson in this unit, but it's a very important lesson. In this lesson, there will be a lot of illustrations. So kindly recall the learning what we have undergone in the past classes, particularly the demand and supply and production. What is the nature of the production curve and cost curve? Because I will be using a lot of graph to explain the equilibrium condition in different markets. So in this lecture, I will be outlining the different types of market, like perfect market, imperfect market, and then how the pricing strategy is done under perfect market, then what is shutdown point. Then I'll be also telling the different characteristics of the monopoly market, how profit is maximized under monopoly, then a brief discussion about the monopolistic competition, oligopoly market, and kinked demand curve is a characteristic feature of the oligopoly market. And finally, we will conclude this lecture with discussion on the price discrimination. It's a feature of the monopoly market, that is charging different prices to different consumers. So to start with, let's have the meaning of market. So market, traditionally, it's a place where buyers and sellers assemble together and they have contact between them, and they deal with a similar product, and exchange finally happens for a specific price. So this is a traditional or conventional definition for market. That is, market means it's a place where whatever I have discussed a couple of minutes back, it happens. But in modern definition, market doesn't need a place. There are some virtual markets like futures trading. Of course, this is not part of this course. So futures trading means it's a market wherein the commodity is traded in electronic form. Okay, so So once we know the concept of market, let us spend some time on knowing the different types of market. So these types of market can be classified on different dimensions. That is area, the service area. One is family market. So I mean what you call the service areas lies within the family. Then we have local market, regional, national, and international. Majority of these markets are self-explanatory, so I'm not going to explain in detail due to paucity of time. The second one is based on the time. There are different types of market, like very short period, then short period, then long period, and very long period. That is existence, how much time it exists. Then we have commodity market. For example, based on time, if you take a market for some highly perishable commodities like fish, so it happens only for a very short period, right? Then coming to the commodity, there are different types of market like produce exchange market, then bullion market. Bullion market means it's a market wherein gold and silver, this precious metal, are traded. Then we have capital market. Then we have stock market wherein shares of different companies are traded. Then based on the nature of transaction, we have a spot market. That is, trade happens at a specific place and transaction happens today. And the payment also happens at point T. Transaction and payment happens in the same time. Then the forward market, here what happens, trade happens on period T and settlement happens T plus 1. Then we have futures market also. Futures and forward, nature of transactions are almost similar, but futures market, here the trade happens only on commodity exchanges, whereas forward market, there is no need for any exchange. It can happen anywhere. Then regarding the volume of business, we can say wholesale market and retail market. Then with respect to the importance of the market, we have a primary market, which deals with the primary commodities like food items. Then we have secondary market, and finally we have tertiary market. Then based on the regulation by the government, we have two types. One is regulated and another one is unregulated market. And finally, nature of competition. So I'll be talking a lot about this type in the subsequent slides. So based on the nature of competition, we have two types: perfect market and imperfect market. So regarding the nature of competition, we have perfect market and imperfect market. Again, in imperfect market, we have different types like monopoly, duopoly, oligopoly, and monopolistic. So this classification, though it is based on the nature of competition, but apart from that, this classification is also a part based on the number of buyers, number of sellers, and of course the competitors available in the market. So now let us have some brief information about each type, and then I will go one by one in detail. The first one is the monopoly. Mono, I think everyone knows mono is a single, and the poly is it's a seller. Okay, so here there will be only one seller, but there will be large buyers. Monopoly, for example, one is I would say government service on power or railways. Of course, now it is privatized, but the best one is supply of electricity. So that is completely monopoly in it. Then we have monopolistic competition. So here what happens? There is a free entry and exit, and each firm produces its own brand, or you can say that there is a differentiated product. That is, there is a version for differentiated product for the commodity which is produced by the firm in that particular market. Then we have oligopoly. Oligo means few. So it is a market structure in which only a few firms compete with one another, and the entry by the new firms is sort of restricted. Okay, but again, here you can see there won't be any I mean, generally there won't be any product differentiation, but there are some exceptions also. I'll be telling in the later part of today's lecture. The next classification is duopoly. Duo means two, so obviously there will be two firms competing with each other. That is two sellers. And the last one is monopsony. Monopsony. So far we have been discussing about monopoly, oligopoly, duopoly, like that. But this one is a exception. That is monopsony means it is a market wherein only one buyer will be there, and there will be too many sellers, either a few or large. Now let's discuss each market in detail. The first one is the perfect market. So there are some characteristics that are attributed to the perfect market. That is large number of buyers and sellers. Here the product is mostly homogeneous in nature. Then there is a perfect knowledge about the market. That is everyone knows about the prices, demand, supply, and other associated factors. Then price will be ruling in this market, that is determined by the interaction of demand and supply. Then there won't be any transportation costs. There will be perfect mobility of factors, that is factors of production, land, labor, capital, and management are perfectly mobile in nature in this market. Then profit maximization is one of the criteria of this market, and there will be a freedom in decision making. That is how much to sell, when to sell, where to sell. Those kind of decisions are free to take in this market. So basically here there will be complete absence of rivalry among the individual firms. Output is so small in relation to the market volume because there will be too many buyers, right? With output decisions have no definite impact on the price. No single producer or consumer can have the control over the price because there will be too many buyers. If at all if you want to have some alteration in the price, obviously you will be out of the market structure. One example I would say agricultural produce can be called as an example under this perfect market structure. So what happens before that, I would like to so in any market, the price is determined by the interaction of demand and supply. So kindly recall the slope of the demand and supply curves, which I discussed in the previous classes. So demand curve slopes downwards and supply curve slopes upwards. Okay. So the intersection of demand and supply curve there at some point, that is known as equilibrium point. So here, of course, the price at which the equilibrium point is attained, that is known as equilibrium price, and the corresponding quantity is known as equilibrium quantity. Okay. Now let us have some discussion about the effect of price and quantity when there is any change in the demand or supply or both demand and supply. So we can discuss this under 5 different situations. In situation 1, kindly see the chart which I am displaying now. So this chart shows the effect of price and quantity variability when there is increase in demand. Again, I'm saying when I say increase in demand, it means that the entire demand curve shifts outward, right, or upward. So here you can see the original demand curve is D. Okay, D. This is the original demand curve. D1 is the shift in demand, that is increase in demand. Okay. So at original demand curve, the supply is fixed. The supply is not changing. Supply S shows the supply curve. So E is the equilibrium point initially. P is the equilibrium price and M is the equilibrium quantity. So when the supply is not changing but only demand is increasing, then what happens? Price will witness a change. Okay, price will increase. In fact, price will increase because of that increased price. what happens? Supply also will increase. Finally, the equilibrium will move from E to E1. Okay. So where the demand and supply again finds a match. Now, what happens to the price and quantity when there is increase in supply? So demand is shown by curve D. That is the initial demand, and S is the initial supply. So obviously the equilibrium point is E, wherein the equilibrium price is P and equilibrium quantity is OM, right? Now the demand is not changing, but supply is increasing. When the demand is not increasing or decreasing, it's remaining as such. But when supply is increasing, what happens? There will be glut in the market. So because of that reason, the price will witness a fall from P to P1. Okay. So ultimately, a new equilibrium will be arrived at E1. Okay. Similarly, in this chart, what happens to the price and quantity when there is a change in demand and change in supply? Okay, both changes. Demand also changes, supply also changes, but the change in demand is less than the change in supply. You can see the magnitude of change. So from D to D1, see the change. Okay, it is less, but see the difference between the initial supply and new supply curve. So the gap is too wide. So in this case, what happens? Again, there will be change in the equilibrium quantity and equilibrium price. So the price, because of what you call a relatively more change in supply, the quantity supplied as a quantity demanded or supplied will be more in comparison to the change in the price. Okay, so the change in price is relatively less, but the change in quantity demanded or supply will be more. Similarly, the reverse situation. Here, what happens? The supply and demand both witness changes, but the change in supply is relatively less in comparison to the change in demand. So again, you see the situation. Okay, here what happens? Here earlier we saw price got reduced, but in this situation, what happens? Price increases, but the increase in price is relatively less in comparison to the change in the quantity demanded or quantity supplied due to shift in both the curves, supply as well as demand curve. Okay, these are all very simple thing. Kindly don't feel that there are too much graph to understand. It's very simple. You can refer the course material. So all the explanation, detailed information is given in the course material, which is already, I think you might have received, or already it might be in the process of dispatch, or you can get the soft copy in the Directorate of Distance Education website.
Sir, excuse me.
The last one is what? Pardon?
Sir, is it important for us to all these graphs into our exam point of view, sir, or we can write theory, sir?
I'm not sure what kind of questions are going to come. If I am the examiner, obviously this is important, okay? Because when you are working as a manager in any firm, so you should know the demand supply situation, and accordingly you have to fix the price, okay?
Okay, sir.
But
No, sir, should we draw the curves and explain, or we can explain theoretically in our answer sheet, sir?
Yeah, you can always theoretically explain, but when you draw the graph, it is a sort of validation. Okay. So you may get extra marks. Extra marks, full marks you may get when you draw the. So it's a sort of value addition to your response to the question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So the last what you call illustration pertaining to this topic is what happens to the price and quantity variability when there is demand. I request the participants to mute the mic. What happens to the?
Sir, please disable all of the mics.
Actually, sorry. Actually, I am not the admin. I am also like one of you. So yeah, I got the access to as a host, but still I cannot mute the participants. I don't have that access. So only participants can mute themselves, or else I have to call the organizers and I have to inform them. Anyhow, let us continue. What happens to the price and quantity when there is a change in demand as well as supply, but the change is equal in both the cases, right? So you can see maybe you assume that there is a 20% change in supply. Similarly, there is a 20% change in the demand. It's a very interesting thing. Okay, so when there is a equal level of change in demand and supply, only the quantity demanded and supply changes, but the price remains as such. Okay, this is a very unique thing. So kindly remember the effect of different situation, and among all this, look, the fifth one is a sort of unique. Excuse me, I got a call. I will. சொல்லுங்க மேடம். சொல்லுங்க. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, madam. Thank you. Okay. Actually, I got a call from the office directorate of distance education. Madam was telling that even I can mute, but since I was not knowing that strategy, that they told that they will be telling during the break time. Anyhow, let's continue. Now coming to the profit maximization under perfect competition. So far we have been discussing the perfect market, and we have seen a different situation, that is what happens to the price equilibrium, price and equilibrium quantity when there is a change in the demand or supply or even both. Now what would be the profit maximization under the perfect competition? So generally everyone knows that profit is the difference between total revenue and total cost, right? So total revenue means whatever the quantity sold by the company multiplied by the price. So that is the total revenue generated in a company. So this chart, I mean the panel here, I don't want to explain again. This shows the equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity for the given supply and demand curve. The panel B shows the, I mean this one, the panel B shows the cost curves. So kindly recall the cost curve that was discussed in the previous classes. So cost curves are U-shaped, and because of the economies of scale, it falls up to certain point. Then after that, due to diseconomies of scale, the cost escalates, right? And the horizontal line, that is this one shows the average revenue. So average revenue is nothing but quantity sold divided by price. So you will get the average revenue, that is equivalent to price in perfect competition. That is what given here, average revenue or marginal revenue or price. So now let us have some in-depth discussion about the profit maximization criteria. I already told that profit means it's the difference between total revenue and total cost. I already told total revenue means quantity sold multiplied by price. Then total cost is arrived by multiplying the average cost incurred per unit of any commodity multiplied by quantity produced. Okay, so we know what is total cost, we know what is total revenue. You take the difference between these two, you'll get the profit. But in graph, how to explain for the perfect competition? So whatever I have shown here, this pertains to the perfect competition, that is perfect market in short run. Okay, that is short run means here at least some of the costs are fixed in nature. So in the graph, you look the chart here, the left panel. The total revenue in this case is the total revenue is quantity sold into price. So obviously the quantity sold is M1. Okay, so obviously the total revenue will be OM1 then multiplied by OP1. OP1 is the price. Okay, this whole region is total revenue of that particular firm. Then total cost equal to, so you have to see the average cost. The average cost is, that's the equilibrium output at this point. Okay, so obviously the average cost is, the total cost is OM1 then RS. So this is the total cost. Okay, so we know the total revenue, we know the total cost. So just you deduct it. So once you deduct, then obviously the shaded one, the pink area shows the level of profit, that is P1, Q1 or S. So graphically you can explain, and the question is asked in the exam, you can tell that this is the profit zone. Of course, you have to draw the chart correctly, then only you can. Then one more concept I would like to tell to all the participants of this meeting, that is shutdown point. Shutdown point means it is a sort of decision making criteria to the business manager. That is when price falls below the average variable cost, then there is no meaning in running the business. Okay, for example, here this is the price. Okay, this one is the earlier price P, and P1 is the new price because of the increase in the demand curves. Okay, that we already discussed. So where is the ABC curve? ABC curve is this one, average variable cost, short run average cost. Okay, so this curve. So suppose if the price is less than the average variable, which means that whatever the price you have fixed for the commodity, it is not in a position to meet even the minimum variable cost. So obviously then the firm will be incurring losses, right? So when the looking into the curve, so you can easily say that when the price is less than the ABC, that is the minimum point, then it is better to shut down the business. Okay. Now coming to the consequences of pure competition. So pure competition basically it's a market wherein a large number of buyers and sellers exist and they deal in homogeneous product. There are some other criteria like perfect knowledge, then free entry and exit, then there is no advertisement. So those kind of information, if it is added, then it is known as perfect competition. So perfect competition here ensures maximum welfare of the people as a whole because of what you call, there are too many producers. So obviously consumers will get the product at competitive price. Each firm tend to attain the most efficient size to expand the output, and so that they reduce the average cost of production. So when you buy a commodity which falls under pure competition or perfect competition, you will get a lot of satisfaction as a consumer. Now, what are the lessons for the manager? For the manager, it is important to enter a growing market as far ahead of the competitors as possible. So when there is a fall in supply and increase in prices, the manager can take advantage before the entry of new producers into the market. Okay. And second lesson is, due to profit, what happens, the new producers who are entering into the market, they will be willing to offer low price because of the competition prevailing. Therefore, a firm should be among the lowest cost producer to ensure its survival. So in that case, for your survival, you should make sure that you are producing the commodity at minimum cost. Then another lesson is differentiation offers temporary relief for competition pressure. So even if you give product differentiation, that is not going to serve the purpose in the long term. It's going to be only temporary. Then another lesson is due to globalization, firms enjoy advantage of cheap labor and disadvantage of technology upgradation. So far we have discussed about pure and perfect competition. Now let us have some discussion about monopoly. It's a very unique case. That is, only one seller will be there, and he or she will be selling the commodity to many buyers. And of course, this is a extreme to the perfect competition. Here the firm produces the entire supply of a particular good or service that has no close substitutes. I already gave an example that electricity supply by the government can be called as monopoly. So what are the characteristic features of monopoly? A single seller in the market. There are no close substitutes. There is a restriction for the entry and exit for firms in the market, and imperfect dissemination of information. I was telling that there is a restriction in the entry because the barrier is due to economics of scale, economics of scope, cost complementary, patent and other legal barriers. Because of these reasons, quoted reasons, there will be restriction for anyone to enter and exit the market. So how profits are maximized in this case? So unlike perfect competition, here you can see the average revenue curve and marginal revenue curve are sloping downwards, because here there is no competition because it's a single seller, right? So in all these cases, the profit maximization criteria is MR equal to MC, that is marginal revenue equal to marginal cost. That is, cost incurred to produce one additional output should be equal to revenue generated by selling one additional output. Okay, so if this is equal, then you can say that the profits are maximized in any market case. Again, the general profit equation applies here. Total revenue minus total cost equal to profit. So looking into the graph, so we have to find out what is the total revenue. Total revenue is this one is the OM is the equilibrium output, and OP is the equilibrium price. Okay, so the total revenue is OM, then Q, which I mean wherein it intersects the average revenue curve, then the price, corresponding price. So wherever the equilibrium price touches the average revenue, the whole region, you can call it as total revenue, the whole region, right? Then coming to the total cost. So where you find out the point where the cost curve touches the average cost, here, this point R. Okay, and again at this point equilibrium quantity is OM. So obviously the total cost will be OM or S. Okay, this region. So this region is the total cost. So you know the total revenue, you know the total cost. So you just take the difference. The difference is the shaded region. Okay, this shaded region, which is given in the orange color. The shaded portion in the graph shows the profit, that is P, Q or S. Okay, so a monopoly can maximize the profit. Monopoly under monopoly, usually the profits are more in comparison to the other market structure. Monopoly can also face losses if there is increasing cost. Okay, because earlier we have seen the usual cost structure, that is costs are U-shaped. I already told. So it declines when the economies of scale prevails, and it increases when diseconomies of scale prevails. Now let us see a situation where the costs are increasing, that is diseconomies of scale prevail. Okay. Of course, this is a very rare situation, but it may occur. So in this case, if you see, the total revenue generated in this case is OMQP, that is the total revenue. Then total cost is sorry, the total revenue. Wait. So here, if you see the average revenue and marginal revenue curves, they are sloping downwards, whereas the cost curves, if you see, they are increasing. Okay, so even if the costs are increasing, monopoly can get profit, but in some situation, monopoly also can get some losses. We will discuss that. So this is a situation one wherein monopoly gets the profits. Like previous discussion on the illustration, the same applies here. Here the total revenue is OM QP, and the total cost is OM RS. Okay, this is the total cost. So the shaded portion shows the profit. Even in increasing cost also, monopoly will get the profit. This is the implication from this slide. And what about the monopoly getting profit under decreasing cost? Here also you can apply the same discussion. Okay, that is OM QP is the total revenue. Then total cost is OM RS, and the shaded portion shows the price. Okay. Then what happens to the monopoly when there is a constant cost? So constant cost means you can see a what you call horizontal line. It shows that irrespective of the level of output, cost remains same. So in that case also, monopoly gets the profit. Okay, the shaded region shows the level of profit. So what is the difference between perfect and monopoly market? Because so far we have discussed two types of market. That is the extreme case, perfect market and monopoly market. So the perfect market is unrealistic in practical life, but slowly certain commodities are moving towards it. But monopoly you can see in real life situation. But still, markets for agricultural commodities are a bit closer to perfect market. So under perfect market, only homogeneous products are sold. But on the other hand, monopoly market deals with differentiated products. If at all, if they are producing more than one commodity. Under perfect competition, price is determined by the demand and supply of the market. But in monopoly, the seller will determine the price of the good, because being a single or sole seller, he or she has the what you call the privilege to fix the price based on the cost curve. To gain maximum profit, price can be fixed. Monopolist can control the market price, but in perfect competition, the sellers have no control over the market, because there will be too many sellers. Obviously, the share in the market volume will be less, so they cannot have a role in deciding the market price. Monopolists sell their produce higher than the perfect competitors, except a situation when there is a government regulation or adverse public opinion. Otherwise, monopolist tries to exploit the maximum profit from the consumers. So what are the lessons that have to be learned for business managers? The seller has to fix the price based on the marginal revenue and marginal cost instead of focusing on the profit. And another lesson is it is essential to understand the substitutes and their market competition, so that the price can be fixed by the monopolist. Under monopoly, for certain products, buyer has more market power. Then government policies also can change from time to time. So if you are a monopoly, so you have to keep vigilance on the government policy so that you will not be facing any loss. A monopoly facing loss is a very rare case, but still government policies can have some what you call adverse effect on monopolist profit. So monopolists in domestic market may face tough competition from imported product. Sometimes what happens, of course, this is called technically called dumping. Suppose if anyone feels that there is only one seller in a particular country, the particular commodity producer from different regions, he or she may try to what you call bring competition by importing into the particular country. So the next market type is monopolistic, which is sort of lying in between perfect market and monopoly market. This what you call market structure was explained in detail by Professor Edward Chamberlain. There are some characteristic features for monopolistic market, like the other perfect as well as monopolist. So in this case, there will be many sellers and buyers in the market. They will be selling the product with different attributes. That is, product differentiation exists. There are close substitutes of product that are sold in the market. There is a free entry and exit. Here, the price of the commodity is determined by the marginal revenue and marginal cost curve. Again, here the profit vary according to the market structure, like what we have seen in monopoly. Of course, in monopoly, I have shown only the cases of profit realization when there is a different situation like increasing cost, decreasing cost, and constant cost. But in rare case, monopoly also may face loss, but in that case, they will try to move out of the business. Then another characteristic feature of monopolistic competition is the nature of the demand curve. It is more elastic than monopoly. For monopoly, generally, the nature of demand curve is relatively inelastic. That is why they charge higher prices. Okay. So what happens to the profits under monopolistic competition? Here there are two chances, either profit or losses. The panel A shows the case of attaining profit. So whatever I've explained in the earlier lectures, you can apply the same explanation here. Here the profit is shown by the region P, P1, B1, B. This region shows the profit. That is the difference between total revenue and total cost. So total revenue is P, B, Q, O. And the total cost is O, P1, B1, Q. Okay. But look at the chart given in panel B. So this is an example or case for a monopolistic firm which is incurring losses. Okay, why it is incurring losses? Because the average cost curve, you see the cost curve, the cost is much higher than the average revenue. So that itself is a clear indication that the firm is going to incur losses, right? So the loss incurred in this case is given in the shaded region, that is P or Q. Yes. Okay. That is, this is the total cost. The total cost incurred by the firm in producing the product, that is O, M, Q. Yes, this is the total cost. And total revenue is this one from here, wherever the equilibrium output touches the average revenue. So from there you have to consider. So this one is the total revenue. So it is very clear that cost is more than the revenue. Usually we expect revenue should be more than the cost, but in this case it is reverse. So obviously the firm is incurring losses to the tune of PRQS. So what is the lesson to be learned for the manager? A firm must concentrate on differentiation, product differentiation, and building a brand value. The managers must never be complacent with their profit because of new entrants of sellers into the business. Then the market is competing with differentiated products at lowest price. Then there is no need for the seller to offer a low price always. But when you supply the best product, he or she can retain the price as well as profit. So these are some of the learnings from this market structure. With this, we will move to the next market, that is oligopoly. Before continuing the lecture, I was told to give a 10 minutes break. So we will have 10 minutes break. Now it is 12:05. So we will reassemble by 12:15, and then I will continue with the ongoing class. Is it fine? So 12:15, I'll be staying online. So I will continue the ongoing lecture.
Okay, sir. Yeah, okay.
12:15. Okay, fine. Thanks.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. 10 minutes break.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, exam is offline or online?
Ready?
Exam will be offline or online?
Yes.
சரியா உத்தரவு கொடுக்குறியா சரியா நாளையான சொன்னாங்க நான் கொடுத்துக்கிறேன் போடாது எப்படி உங்களுக்கு வேணும்னு சொல்றோம் சார்லசியா இருக்கா அவர் என்ன செய்வார் விஜய்க்கு போகணும் நானே ஆரோக்கியம் சக்தி வரைச்சிருக்காரு நான் ஒன்றும் சொல்ல மாட்டேன் சொல்லிட்டாரு வருவாருங்க காரத்துக்கு வந்துருவார் பிள்ளைலாம் வருவாரு வந்து நல்லா அனாயிட்டிங் சரியா நல்லா நடத்துவார். நடத்திட்டு போயிட்டு வராங்க. இப்போ அவருக்கு என்ன ப்ரோக்ராம்ல என்ன இங்க வருவார். அப்படி நிறைய பேர் இங்க வருவாங்க. நீங்க உங்களுக்கு பிறந்த வாசல் நாங்கெல்லாம் வந்து நம்ம எல்லாம் ஊழியர்கள் எங்களை வளர்த்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க. வளர்ந்தோம். விசுவாச வார்த்தையில சொல்றேன். விசுவாசத்துல நீங்கெல்லாம் அவங்க என்கரேஜ் பண்றது டிஸ்கரேஜ் பண்றாங்க. பேசும்போது நம்ம எல்லாம் நீங்க வளர்ந்து எப்படி உங்களை தடைகள்
பண்ணிக்கிறேன். Welcome back. I will continue the lecture. So I hope the slide is visible. So can any one of you text in the chat box whether the slide is visible? Okay, thank you. Thanks for the prompt response. So while I was looking into the chat box, there were some questions. Like one of the question is, what is the difference between regulated market and unregulated market? So regulated market means it is bound by government rules and regulations. Okay, that is a formal market. Particularly if you take any market, whether it is agriculture or non-agriculture market. So when it takes place in a specific premise wherein the seller has to pay some minimum charge, and there will be some provisions for amenities. So like maybe like for consumers, there will be some facility like sitting room or maybe a bidding room like that. So that kind of market is known as regulated. So there will be regulation not only in terms of facilities but also for pricing also. But whereas unregulated market is informal market. Particularly these exist in village level and to some extent at smaller towns. For example, if you take shandy means it's an informal market that exists still in villages for a specific commodity, that is livestock. It's a place where all the buyers and sellers meet together, maybe weekly once or monthly once for a specific time period, where they will sell the cattle, and the price is fixed by something like undercover method. Undercover method is a technique where the what you call the buyer will hold the fingers of the seller under a closed cloth. Okay, no one knows. So if for example, if the buyer is touching only one finger, it means that maybe 10,000. Okay, like that 1.5 finger, like that. There will be some sort of what you call code word. Okay, which no one knows. Only the buyer and seller knows. So that is a type of informal market where there is no government regulation sort of anything. Okay. Anyhow, majority of the market in India these days are regulated, and if you are from villages, probably you are used to know more about the informal market, which I gave an example like cattle shandy. Now, anyhow, now let's continue with the oligopoly competition. Like other market structure, oligopoly competition also has its own characteristic features. So let me move to the PowerPoint. In oligopoly competition, there will be a few relatively large firm sellers in the market with a substantial share. Here there is, since there are only few sellers, for example, a case of For example, you can say what you call petroleum sellers, petrol sellers. Okay, there are only few companies which sell petrol in our country. So that's an example for oligopoly market. So here they will be selling identical or differentiated product, and advertisement cost is included in this market. Then there won't be any monopoly competition. Firms struggle in this market constantly. There will be an experience of group behavior. There is a price rigidity, that is a single seller will not change the price. If a particular seller is increasing the price, others will not follow. But a particular seller if reduces the price, and everyone will reduce. So that is known as price rigidity. That will be explained through kinked demand curve. Of course, I will discuss that in the subsequent part of today's lecture. Then we have price leadership. One firm in that particular market will decide the price, others will follow. Then, of course, there are different types of price leadership. Then there will be barriers to entry. Here, the price is determined based on the response to the price and output changes in the market. There are different types of oligopoly market. First one is pure and perfect oligopoly, which means that the firm will produce homogeneous product. Then that is known as perfect oligopoly. If there is a product differentiation, then the particular oligopoly market is known as differentiated oligopoly. Then we have open and closed oligopoly. So when the market is closed for the new entry, then it is known as closed oligopoly. On the contrary, if the entry is accepted, then it is known as open oligopoly. Then we have partial and full oligopoly. Under partial oligopoly, the industry will be dominated by only one large firm. That will be usually the price leader, and others will follow the price leader. Whereas in full oligopoly, there won't be any price leadership. Okay, so the price is determined based on the demand and supply. Then we have syndicated and organized oligopoly. Firms sell their products through a centralized syndicate, whereas on the other hand, firms that organize themselves into a central association for fixing prices, output, and quotas. While I was explaining the price rigidity in oligopoly, so price rigidity means the price will be kept unchanged due to the fear of retaliation, and prices tend to be strict and inflexible in oligopoly. So no firm will indulge in price cutting, as it would eventually lead to a price war, and because of that reason, no one will get benefit out of that. So there won't be price cut, and if any one of the firm in that market increases the price, others will not follow also. The reason is the firms know the ultimate outcome of price cutting. Large firms, they incur more expenditure than the others. So keeping the price at lower level will help to reduce the new entrants. Then increased price also leads to a reduction in the number of customers. So once the price increases, obviously their market share will reduce. So because of that fear, they will not be inclined to increase the prices. The oligopoly prices in nature are indeterminate. The demand function is then an important ingredient in price determining mechanism with respect to the oligopoly market. There are several what you call theories through which you can arrive to a conclusion of price fixation, and one of them is based on the particular assumption about the reaction of the rival firms and the firm's action. That is what others are doing. So based on that, you take some or you have a response to that. So that is the specific characteristics of oligopoly. So I was telling that there were different models in oligopoly that determines the prices. So one is core not oligopolies. So whatever it is mentioned in the course material. So I'm just giving a brief idea about the different oligopoly models. So core not oligopoly, in this there will be few firms producing either differentiated product or homogeneous product, and each firm believes that competitors will hold their output constant if it changes its output. So that what you call technically known as Carnot oligopoly. Then another model is Stackelberg oligopoly. Here what happens in oligopoly market, there will be few firms. They will produce either a differentiated or homogeneous product. Here what happens, the leader chooses an output and others will follow. Okay, in this case, that is Stackelberg oligopoly case. The next model is Bertrand oligopoly model. In this, there will be few firms which produces an identical product. Okay, the firms will be competing in price and they react to the competitor's price. So based on the competitor's price, they will react to that. And the last one is the Swiss oligopoly, which will serve several customers. In this case will produce differentiated product, and each firm believes competitors that they will respond to a price reduction, but they will not follow the price increase. So whatever I said earlier, that solely applies to Swiss oligopoly, and which is a very common case among the oligopoly markets. So the price rigidity can be explained through a kinked demand curve, which is a characteristic feature of the oligopoly. In this, you can see the kinked demand curve, that is the upper portion of the demand curve is elastic, whereas the lower portion is inelastic. So because of the elastic nature of the demand curve, so obviously producers will not be interested to increase the price. Whereas if at all they want to increase the price, they can do only when the demand curve is following the inelastic pattern. How the marginal revenue curve in oligopoly market looks like. So the initial demand curve, that is the kinked demand curve, is shown as DKD. The kink is given as K. The equilibrium output produced is OQ, and the equilibrium price is OP. So here the marginal revenue curve is shown as MR, where you can see a discontinuous portion, that is AB. In case if you want to attain the equilibrium position, the condition everyone knows that the equilibrium position condition is marginal revenue should be equal to marginal cost across all markets. So if the marginal cost curve something, if it is lies between this A and B, then it would be perfect to get the profit. Okay, of course. So this is given in the next slide, I think. Yeah. So if the oligopoly firm has the marginal curve lying between this discontinuous portion, that is A and B, then the firm will attain maximum profit. Okay. So what are the lessons to be learned for managers with respect to oligopoly market? Managers should concentrate on their research and development to bring new products and quality of service to raise their economies of scale. Because of the kinked demand curve, increase in cost of production will not affect the price, because the bottom portion you can see the inelastic demand curve. So obviously inelastic demand curve indicates Whether I'm audible? Actually, there is a technical issue from my end. Whether the slides are visible? I have started sharing the screen again. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the prompt response. So let me move to the slide. So before getting disconnected, I was telling about the most interesting concept in market structure, that is price discrimination. Okay, so this is a characteristic feature of monopoly. So what is price discrimination? Price discrimination means the seller will be charging different prices to different consumers. So I will give an example so that you can easily understand. That is when you are viewing a movie in a theater, so you can see movie is same, okay, irrespective of the I mean where you are sitting. So there will be different what you call blocks, maybe something like box which is charged more than balcony, which is charged relatively less than box. Then we have first class, second class, like that. The commodity is same, but the audience are segmented into different groups and they are charged at different prices. Okay, similarly, traveling in train, like first AC, second AC, then general compartment. So these are some of the examples through which you can explain the price discrimination. So what are the different types of price discrimination? The first one is personal. The first one is personal discrimination. Second one is place discrimination. Third one is trade discrimination. The fourth one is time discrimination. Then discrimination can be done by age, sex, then location, size, quality of the commodity, then special service, use of services, and even product discrimination is done. So there are a lot of types of price discrimination which is listed here. So what is the objective of the price discrimination to the producer? The first one is to dispose the surplus. Suppose if the producer feels that a particular commodity is still retained at the company, so what he or she can do, they can charge the, they can price the commodity at cheaper rate so that the surplus can be disposed. Second one, to develop a new market. Suppose if a producer wants to increase the market area, so for the new area, he or she can charge relatively cheaper. Third one is to maximize the use of unutilized capacity. Then another objective is to earn monopoly profit. Then to retain export market. Then other objective is like to increase the sales. There are, apart from this, there are several other, reasons for which price discrimination is done. Now let us have some discussion on different degrees of price discrimination. So there are 3 degrees. First one is the first degree, or the perfect, I would say. Then we have a second degree of price discrimination. Then we have third degree price discrimination. So I've explained all the 3 degrees in the form of illustration, which is given at the bottom of the slide. The first one shows the first degree discrimination. Here what happens, the producer will be charging maximum price to the customer or consumer. Okay, that is the consumer surplus will be exploited completely, almost completely. In the second case, that is second degree price discrimination, the customers will be segregated or segmented into different groups. For one group, commodity will be sold at price P, and for other group, commodity will be sold at price P1, and for other group, maybe watching a movie in a theater is an example for this second degree price discrimination. Third one is the third degree price discrimination, in which market itself will be grouped based on the nature of the demand curve. Okay, based on the nature of the demand curve, whether it is elastic or inelastic, accordingly price will be fixed by the producer. Of course, price discrimination, it's a characteristic feature of the monopoly. Generally, they charge more prices in a market where the demand is inelastic, right? So, for example, here if you see the market one, where the demand D1 curve, it's a relatively inelastic in comparison to D2. So, because of that reason, the price will be charged more. Okay, that is P1 higher than P2, right? So finally, we arrive to a slide which shows the comparison of various market structure. This slide shows the different markets like perfect, monopoly, monopolistic, and oligopoly that we have discussed a couple of minutes back. And based on certain specific parameter, a comparison has been made. For example, based on the number of competitors, how these markets are classified. For example, if you take perfect market, there will be many buyers and sellers. In monopoly, there will be single seller. In monopoly, again, there will be many sellers. In oligopoly, there will be few sellers. Regarding the product differentiation, so whatever I have discussed individually while describing each market, so that has been put together to give you a better idea, so that when any question has been asked in exam, you can present in a comprehensive way for various market structure. So I don't want to spend much time on this. So with this, we are concluding the unit 3, in which there was only one lesson on market structure. In this unit, we discussed about different types of market. Then what is perfect market and how pricing is done under perfect market. Then what is shutdown point? That is when price goes below the minimum average variable cost, it indicates the business has to be shut down. Then what is monopoly? Monopoly means a market wherein only single seller exists. Okay, that is one service is provided by only one. I have given already one example, electricity facility offered by the government. So in this case, government is the monopoly. Then we discussed about the price profit maximization under monopoly market. That is what happens to the profit when there is an increasing cost, decreasing cost, and constant cost. Then we also discussed monopolistic competition, then oligopoly. Then we also discussed about the peculiar case of demand, that is kinked demand curve, which through which we explained the price rigidity followed by the oligopoly firm. Then finally, we ended the lesson with the explanation of price discrimination concept and different degrees of price discrimination. Now let's move to the new unit 4, in which I will be briefing about the macroeconomic concepts. So we have 20 more minutes. So for 20 more minutes, I will be covering the maximum possible information pertaining to macroeconomics. So far, we have been discussing the microeconomic. That is from unit 1 to 3. The focus was on microeconomics. Right from unit 4, that is unit 4 and 5 will be focusing on macroeconomic concepts. In this lecture, I will be briefing about the different objectives of economic policies, then the most important national income concept, what are the different approaches to calculate the national income, what are the different factors that help to determine the national income. So when you determine the national income, we will encounter a lot of difficulties that will be highlighted in this lecture. Then what are the different economic indicators through which you can track the stage of development. And of course, I will present some key economic indicators. This, I mean, the last phase of this lecture will be quite different from the course material, because the course material was published a few years back. So obviously the data will not be recent, but in my lecture, I have tried my best to collect the recent data, and I will be presenting in the form of slides. Just I want to confirm again, what about the slides PPT not visible? Okay. So I will share again. What about now? Whether the slides are visible now? Because earlier when I saw the chat box, some of you responded that slides are visible, so I started to continue my presentation. But anyhow, now it is visible. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the response. I will continue with the presentation. So quickly, I will tell what, or quickly I will move the slides so that you can have a glance. So I was telling, after the break, I was telling about the oligopoly competition. Then I presented the different types of oligopoly market. These are all self-explanatory. Then I was telling about the different reasons for price rigidity maintained by oligopoly firm, and what are the different oligopoly models which helps to fix the price. In that, I was specifically I was telling about the kink demand curve for explaining the price rigidity. That is when sellers, if they want to increase the price, others will not follow. But when the seller wants to reduce the price, others will follow the decision. Then finally, I was telling about the pattern of the marginal revenue curve, which is quite distinct from other marginal curve. That is, there will be discontinuous pattern in oligopoly market, and if the marginal cost curve are lying within the discontinuous portion, that is within A and B, then the oligopoly firm will attain profit. So this was the information I was telling, but I'm sorry that the slides are not visible to the participants. And finally, I concluded with the lessons to be learned for the managers, and I was also telling about the concept of price discrimination, what are the different types, then the objectives of price discrimination, and then I was explaining the 3 degrees, first degree, second degree, and third degree, the illustration given in the slide. So with this, I concluded the market structure by giving a comparison of different markets based on some parameters. Then we started a new unit in which for this class I will be taking or introducing to the audience a few macroeconomic concepts. So first, let me tell what is macroeconomics. So far, we have been discussing about different concepts pertaining to microeconomics. So from this class onwards, I'll be telling different concepts pertaining to macroeconomics. Macroeconomics means it's a study of aggregate economic behavior of the economy. It deals with the national level output, then national level employment or unemployment, average prices of goods and services. Unlike microeconomics, we focused on the firm prices or individual units. Here we will be describing or discussing about the average prices of goods and services prevailing in the economy. It also deals with the economic growth of the country, the trade relationship with other countries, and the exchange values of the currency in international market. So there is another concept pertaining to macroeconomics. Like in microeconomics, we say demand and supply, but whereas in macroeconomics, we say aggregate demand and aggregate supply. So aggregate demand means it is the total quantity of output demanded at different price levels in a given time period. That this applies to the national level, macro level, right? And aggregate supply is the total quantity of the output the producers are willing and able to supply at the prevailing price level for the country as a whole in a given time period. Again, here the equilibrium price and quantity are determined by the interaction of demand and supply. Okay, the nature of curve will be similar, like demand curve slopes downwards and supply curve slopes upwards. So understanding these concepts will help the managers to take macro level decisions, because the managers have to cope with the economic environment, not only at the micro level, but also at the macro level. So if there are any policies from the central government that may have some effect on the functioning of the firm at the regional level. So to have some suitable response, so you should know the basic concepts pertaining to macroeconomics. So when I say about economic policies, so you should know what are the objectives of economic policies. There are several objectives. One of the objectives is to achieve national level full employment. So that is, full employment is achieved when the aggregate demand and aggregate supply are equal. Okay, that is equilibrium condition. The another objective is to stabilize the price fluctuations in the market. It also helps to achieve the overall economic growth, to develop the region economically, to improve the standard of living, that is welfare of the people has to be increased, to reduce the inequalities, not only income but also social other inequalities being economic policies. So the focus is given on income inequality. Then another objective is to control the monopoly market structure. Then to avoid cyclical fluctuations in various economic activities of the country. The other objective is to improve the balance of payment. That is the difference between value of exports and imports. And finally, to bring social justice in various aspects of the economy. So these are some of the objectives for which economic policies are implemented. So the next part of today's lecture is on national income. Again, in national income, there are a lot of concepts. So we will have some discussion on the basic concepts pertaining to national income. The first one is GDP. This is the most widely used terminology in newspapers and in other media. So GDP means it is the total market value of all final goods and services that are produced within the domestic territory of the country. That is, for example, if you take GDP for India, within the domestic boundary, wherein you can see Indians plus non-nationals also. Okay, so whatever the market value of all the final goods and services produced by them is called as gross domestic product. The next one is gross national product, popularly known as GNP. So this is the market value of all final goods and services produced in a particular year. In this, that is in GNP, the net factor income from abroad is also included. So obviously GNP equal to GDP plus net factor income from abroad. That is income received by Indians in abroad. That is maybe whoever living in countries like US, UK. That is the rest of the India minus income paid to foreign nationals who are working in India. Okay, that is why we call it as net factor income. Okay. Then the next concept is net national product. Net national product means it is the market value of all final goods and services after deducting the depreciation. Depreciation means the value of goods and services for their use. That is tier and use value. So NNP equal to GNP minus depreciation. That is loss of value due to use. That is called as depreciation. Suppose, for example, when you are using any machinery, so the lifetime of machinery may be 10 years, but when you are using continuously, so the value of the machine gets reduced. Okay. The next concept is NNP at factor cost, which is technically called as the national income. That is national income. That is, it is the summation of income from different factors of production. That is wages from the labor, then rent from the capitalist. Sorry, rent from the person who lent their rent, then interest from the money saved, then finally profits from capitalist. So these are all the items that is paid to the factors for their contribution to the production of goods and services in a year. Okay. It's a very simple concept to understand national income or net national product at factor cost. So this is a sum of wages, rent, interest, and profit paid to the factors for their contribution to the production of goods and services in a year. So obviously NNP at factor cost equal to NNP at market price minus indirect tax plus subsidies. Okay, so if you want to arrive this, you have to use this formula. Then the next concept is personal income. So personal income means sum of all the income earned by all individuals in a country for a given period. Okay, that is for example in India, if you are for the whole population, so what would be the income? Okay, that is known as personal income. So personal income equal to national income minus, of course, whatever is spent towards social security contribution, then corporate income tax, then undistributed corporate profit, plus transfer payment. That is, a transfer payment means amount given by the government without any exchange of goods and services. So this all together put and can be called as personal income, right? Then we have disposable income. So disposable income means you have to deduct the personal taxes from the income. Okay, that is when you deduct personal taxes from the personal income, then the residual is known as disposable income. Okay, so you can say this. So again, disposable income, alternatively, you can say that it is consumption plus savings. What you are, I mean, the amount of money you are going to use for consumption plus what you are going to save for future. So that put together, that also can be called as disposable income. Then we have another concept, supernumerary income, which means that the expenditure meant to meet the necessary living cost, which is deducted from the disposable income. Then we have one more concept which I have not given here, that is per capita income. Per capita income is the total income of the residents of the country divided by the population, okay, number. So obviously you will get the per capita, that is average income earned by an individual in a country. So that is an indicator for the indicator for knowing the level of development in a country. So once we know the different concepts of national income, so obviously you will be interested to know how these are estimated. There are different approaches to estimate the national income. I will be highlighting 3 approaches. The first one is the income approach. So from the name itself, you can easily figure it out that it's a approach wherein you get the details about income from individuals who are employed from different activities, then profits of the firm, then public sector earning. So these are all the items that will be considered to arrive the national income through income approach. So I have given here national income is the income of individuals plus self-employment plus profit of firms and public corporate bodies, then rent plus interest. So I have given list is self-explanatory, so I'm not going to explain much in detail. So this method indicates the income distribution among different income groups of the people. Okay, it's one of the I would say easy method. Now coming to the expenditure. So the first approach is based on income and the second approach is based on the expenditure. Okay. So in this approach, national income is calculated by using the expenditure of the individuals, then private bodies, then government and foreign sector. So all this put together, that is whatever the money spent on buying the goods and services in a year, that can be called as national income through expenditure approach. So obviously here national income equal to expenditure of individuals plus government plus private firms plus foreigners. The equation is also given here. GDP equal to C plus I plus G plus X minus M. X minus M is the difference between export and import. Okay. The third one is the output approach. So in this approach, national income is measured through the value of output produced by the firms and other organizations. Again, this pertains to a particular time period. So national income equal to income from different sectors like agriculture, fishery, forestry, construction, transportation, manufacturing, like that. There will be other sectors. So we get the information regarding the value of output produced by all these sectors and it is added up and finally we arrive the national income. Okay. So again, in this case, GDP at market price plus subsidies minus taxes. This is also one way. The other way is GNP at factor cost plus net income from import. So these are all the different ways through which you can estimate the national income using output approach. So what are the determinants of national income? So the first determinant is the quantity of goods and services produced by the country. So as the quantity of goods and services produced increases, obviously national income also will witness an increase. The quality of products and services produced in the country will also determine the national income. That is not only quantity but also quality also, because sometimes a better quality will fetch a premium price. Then another determinant is innovation of more technical skills that will improve productivity, which will reflect on the national income. Then political stability that also strengthens the national income of the country. That is, there should not be any policies which affect the normal functioning of the economy. Though there are a lot of determinants, but there are difficulties too in estimating the national income. The first difficulty is any income earned abroad have to be included. So you have to get the information from different countries. Some countries may share the data and some countries may not. So that is one difficulty. Then another problem is double counting. So in this case, the proper value added method should be considered. Of course, India currently is following the value added method is GVA. Gross value added is the latest approach to estimate the national income. Followed by India. For example, let us take a commodity, that is wheat. Okay. So what happens while estimating the national income? Total amount of wheat produced in a country, so that will be added. And apart from that, total value of atta produced in the country, that also will be added. But we know that atta is produced from wheat. So in this case, there is a double counting because wheat is a raw material to produce atta, that wheat flour, right? So wheat output is also included. I mean, the value of wheat output is also included, plus the value of wheat flour also included. So it means that there is something what to call double counting of a particular commodity. Similarly, there are other examples also. So this is one difficulty. Then services rendered free of charges are not to be included. So this is a very difficult thing. Then capital gains, transfer payments are not to be included because we sometimes we don't get sufficient information pertaining to this items. Then changes in the price level will also affect the calculation. Suppose if there is an inflation, then it will show exaggerated figure. The value of military service, which is a very important item that will not be considered into consideration. Then what are the different problems in measuring the national income? So I think the time is 1 p.m. So what I will be doing is I will be wrapping up the lecture with discussion on determinants and difficulties. In the coming week, I will be continuing this lecture, and we have one more unit. We will comfortably, I believe, we will complete within the scheduled lecture. So thanks for joining. If there are any questions or any clarifications pertaining to this course, kindly either you can email me or you can call me. Of course, now I will check the chat box. If there are any questions, I will take one or two questions and then I will wind up the lecture. So I do not see any question in the chat box. Just most of you have written that slides are visible. Okay, anyhow, even if you have any doubts while reading the course material, so kindly you can contact me through my email ID. So my email ID is shared. Already I've shared. So again, I will display in the screen. So either you can contact my email or you can contact by phone also. Okay. So thanks for joining. Have a nice time again. So let's meet in the coming week. Thank you. Thank you all.
Madam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Very good afternoon. Have you practiced any final accounts problems yesterday? Have you practiced any problem, any doubts? Any adjustments? If you have any doubt, you can ask me.
No, ma'am.
I think you didn't do any problem, right? You didn't practice. Okay, can you view my PPT?
Visible, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Let us start now. Yesterday, Unit 1, we have completed basic accounting concepts, conventions, accounting rules, single entry, double entry system of bookkeeping, journal, ledger, trial balance, and then final accounts with all adjustments. We have prepared finally all final statements, right? Trading profit and loss account and balance sheet. So let us today see Unit 2, depreciation accounting and ratio analysis. First, depreciation. What is depreciation? Depreciation means what? Reduction in value of fixed assets. When you are using fixed assets, that is, say for an example, plant and machinery, its lifetime may be 10 years or 20 years, whatever it is. When you are utilizing in your factory, the value of that, when you are using for production, the value of that assets will depreciate, right? Reduced. So for that reason, we need to create an account for depreciation. Why do we need to create an account for depreciation? Why? Because depreciation, we are treating it as an expenditure. Why to
Excuse
treat
me,
it as?
ma'am.
Yes.
The PPT is not clear. The screen
Not
is
clear.
not sharing. Yeah.
One second. Huh?
Your video, madam, then it will be correct.
Can you see now? Wait.
Your
Now?
video off, ma'am. No.
My video. Okay, okay.
Your video, then connection will be improved, na?
Okay. Is it clear right now?
Yes, clear, madam. Clear.
Okay.
Again, it's no.
Now okay?
Okay,
Yeah,
madam.
okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you.
See, depreciation. What is depreciation? Depreciation is the reduction in value of assets. When you are using fixed assets, we need to follow the depreciation for particular year. We are treating it as an expenditure, right? Why we are treating it as an expenditure? Why? Because we are using for production. So after its lifetime, maybe 10 years or 20 years, whatever it is. So after some period, you need to replace the fixed assets. When you are replacing, lump sum money is required to replace the asset. So we cannot take it from the business. We cannot disturb the working capital, right? That will affect your working capital. So that's why every year we are treating some amount to be provided in some, invest in some provisions or invest in some other else, so that we are treating it as an expenditure, and we have to debit in the profit and loss account debit side, and at the same time we can make a provision, right? So and also, what is the reason for creating depreciation account? To know to ascertain the true value of profit or loss. earn from the business. And then to know
Excuse me, ma'am.
yes. Yes, ma'am.
PPT is not clear, ma'am.
Not clear. Hello. அந்த பிபிடி கிளியரா வரலன்னு சொல்றாங்க பசங்க. Some net connection problem is there. I'll refresh it.
Mute.
నెట్ లేదు. Hello, can you hear me? Hello,
Yes,
can you
ma'am.
hear me?
Yeah, ma'am.
Can you view?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible.
PPT, can you view? Is it
Yeah,
clear,
it's
right?
visible now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
Can you see clarity of PPT?
No,
or
now
No, ma'am.
Oh, ma'am, when you're
Now it's
scrolling,
No
it is not visible. Yeah.
When you change the slides, it is not visible. It's not clear, ma'am.
Ma'am, you need to connect to Wi-Fi, ma'am.
It's not audible. Sorry, it's not visible.
now?
No, ma'am.
Shut down பண்ணிட்டு திரும்ப போலாமா? ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு திரும்ப லிங்க் கொடுக்கலாமா? அந்த மாதிரி கொடுத்தா சில சமயம் சரியா வரும். Connected now. Okay, do one thing. I close it. Once again, I will connect it. Okay.
Fine, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Fine.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Fine. Okay, ma'am.
அந்த மார்க் போட சொன்னாங்க வாங்கல.
Hello. Hello.
oh.
இதெல்லாம் மைக் ஓபன் பண்ணதுனால அப்படி இருக்காங்க. விண்டோஸ்ல பண்ணுவோம். அது வந்து நான் நெட்ல இருந்து அப்படியே கொடுத்தேன். Hello, can you see PPT clearly now?
No, madam.
No, ma'am.
Not visible.
The screen is not sharing, ma'am.
The screen not shared maybe.
No, madam, not visible.
இல்லனா இதல போடலாம். Hello, students. Few seconds. I restart the system.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Not visible.
Yes, madam. Visible, madam.
Can you see PPT?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, now it's
Yes, ma'am.
visible.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Need to prepare a depreciation accounting. Why? Because we need to ascertain the true profit or loss from the business. One thing. Another important point is we need to at the end of the financial year, we need to ascertain what is the financial position of the company. What is the true value of asset, true value of liability. So if you are deducting depreciation from the concerned asset, that will show your true picture of the financial position of the company. That is why these are the reasons. And moreover, one is taxing your profit of the company. So depreciation is an allowed expenditure. So that is also very important factor for calculating depreciation. Then what are the factors which are important for calculation of depreciation? That is cost of the asset, estimation life of the asset, 10 years. The end of the hello, at the end of the usage of the fixed assets, at the end of the 10 years or 15 years, the residual value of your asset, that is called scrap value. சொல்லுங்க சதீஷ். ஓகே. Okay. Right? Then what are the what is the journal entries for depreciation? So depreciation is treated as an expenditure. So depreciation account data to concern assets account. So this depreciation we need to provide as an expenditure while preparing the profit and loss account. So profit and loss account debit side we have to enter this depreciation account. So profit and loss account data to depreciation account. Right? These are the journal entries for depreciation. So we need to prepare ledger accounts for concern asset account or machinery account for depreciation. So asset account when you are preparing, so what is the current year depreciation we need to calculate and reduce its value from the assets. At the end of the life of the asset, we need to know what is the book value of concerned asset. That is the problem, the ledger problem we need to prepare for the examination point of view. This is the asset account or machinery account or ledger account specimen. Let us do one problem, you will understand. Various methods. Yes. Depreciation methods. What are the methods are there? Straight line method, written down value method, annuity method, insurance policy method, machine hour rate method, depletion method, revaluation method, and depreciation fund method. These are the methods for calculation of depreciation. According to your syllabus, we have only 3 methods, that is straight line method, written down value method, and annuity method. Let us see one by one for calculating depreciation under these 3 methods. Straight line method. Straight line method, how do we calculate? Straight line method or original cost method or fixed installment method, or these 3 names are one and the same. Okay, the amount of depreciation is fixed, but the rate of depreciation may be different. Say for an example, how to calculate cost of the value of the asset minus scrap value divided by what is the estimated life of the asset. That is the amount of depreciation per year. See here, small example I have given. 1 lakh is the value of cost of the machinery divided by 10 years. No, scrap value is 0. So 10 years means per year depreciation you have to provide 10,000. This is the straight line method of depreciation. Under straight line method, amount of depreciation equal to every year, right? See this problem. Let us do one by one, right? Straight line, under straight line method, see this problem. B company purchased machinery as follows. That is date of purchase, cost of machinery. On 1/1/2008, 1/3 of the machinery which was purchased on 1/4/2006. See here, 1/4/2006 you have purchased 60,000 cost of machinery you have purchased. Then 1/10/2006, 40,000 worth of machinery you have purchased. 1/7/2007 you have purchased again 20,000 worth of machinery. Here adjustments what is given on 1/1/2008, 1/3 of the machinery which was purchased on 1/4/2006 became obsolete and was sold for ₹6,000. The machinery was to be depreciated by fixed installment method at 10% per annum. So fixed installment is nothing but straight line method. So rate of depreciation is 10%. Show the machinery account and would appear in the ledger of the company for 2006, 7 and 8. Assume that you have to see the accounting period. Accounting period is ending with 31st December means start from January. Sometimes accounting period they may give you April 1st to 31st March. So you should be very careful about accounting period for preparation of ledger accounts. See here, let us prepare ledger accounts under straight line method. First, what is the thing? On 1/4.
Madam?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, madam. So
Okay.
generally, the financial year start from 1st April, no? Why we are discussing 1st January?
First year?
Usual financial period starts with 1st April.
No. Sometimes some companies, the financial year, that is for taxation purpose, financial year, assessment year, we used to start from 1st April, end with 31st March, right? So calendar year, if some companies may follow calendar year January to December, some company they may follow academic year, that is June to July, like that, right? So depends upon the company, it may vary. So you have to watch which date when they are starting and ending date. That is 31st December every year accounting period means calendar year they are following. January to December. Why? Because depreciation here, first machinery you have purchased on 1/4/2006. So your accounting period is 12 months, right? So when you are purchasing depreciation, you have to calculate for only 9 months for the first machinery. You have purchased 1/4 till 31st December 2006. Okay. So that is why we need to be very careful about the month, starting month of the year. Okay. So first year, what you have to write entry when you are purchasing the asset. What is the entry you have to write? Machinery account data to cash or bank account. So machinery account, this is the ledger account you have to prepare. Debit side, you have to provide ledger account, debit side and credit side. Debit side, you have to start with 1/4/2006 to bank account, that is purchase of machinery, 60,000. Okay. So at the end of the year, you have to calculate depreciation for this first machinery. 31/12/2006, you need to close your books of account, right? Accounting period. So here by depreciation account, how do you calculate this depreciation? 60,000 into what is the rate of depreciation is given in your problem, that is 10%. Okay, 60,000 into 10% for 1 year, it is 6,000. So how many months we need to calculate? How many months
9.
you are utilizing? 9 months. Because you are purchasing only on 1/4. So April to December, 9 months you are utilizing. So 6,000 into 9/12. So 5,500 for first machinery depreciation. Do you understand this one?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Then second machinery, how much you are calculating? See here. Second machinery, when you are purchasing 1/10/2006, 40,000 you have purchased. So second machinery, how many months you are utilizing? 10, 11, 12. 3 months. Right? See here, depreciation I have calculated here. For first machinery, 60,000 into 10% into 9 months, that is 4,500. Second machinery, 40,000 into 3 months, right? So 10 into 10% into 3/12,000 rupees. So total depreciation for first machinery and second machinery is 5,500. Write it here by depreciation at the end of the December 2006, 5,500. Okay, so now we have to close the accounts, ledger accounts for the year 2006. So credit side you have total 1 lakh, debit side that is debit side it is 1 lakh, credit side you have balance, only 5,500 is depreciation. Balance you have to put by balance carried down at the end of the year. Remaining, this is the book value of the asset. 94,500 is book value of the asset. Next year you have to bring into account, that is balance brought down, right? Carried down for the end of the year. Next year when you are starting on 1/1/2007, you have to bring into the account as opening balance. That is the balance brought down is nothing but opening balance of your machinery. So 94,500 its value now. See here problem. Next, what is given for the 2007 any entry? Third machinery you are purchasing on 1/7/2007, right? So how many months you are using? 1/7 to 31st December. 6 months.
5 months.
6 months, ma. 1/7. 31/7, that 1/7 you have to be very careful. 1/7 means 7th month you have to take into account. If it is 31/7 means you have to leave that month, then you have to calculate. Okay. So 7th month to 12th month, how many months?
6 months.
6 months. So 6 months depreciation you have to calculate for this third machinery, right? For that first you have to write entry 1/7/2007 to bank account. To bank account, that is 20,000. You have to write 20,000, that is third machinery you have purchased. Now we have to calculate depreciation for all the 3 machinery. First machinery, second machinery and third machinery. First and second machinery, whole year you have to calculate depreciation. See here calculation, 2007, first machinery 60,000 value, second machinery 40,000 value. In 2007, whole year you are utilizing first machinery and second machinery. So you need to calculate depreciation for whole year. So 10% on 1 lakh, that is 10,000 for first machinery and second machinery. Third machinery you are utilizing only for 6 months. So 20,000 into 10% into 6/12. So 1,000 rupees. So total depreciation for 3 machinery for the year 2007 it is 11,000. See here by depreciation for the end of the year 2007 it is 7,000, right? So now you have to close the books of account for 2007. Debit side it is 1,14,500. Deduct depreciation 11,000. Remaining is closing balance or balance carried down 1,03,500. Then next this closing balance you have to bring into account for next year 2008. That is the opening balance. 1,03,500 is the opening balance of the machinery on 1/1/2008. Okay, now you see your problem. Any adjustments are given. See here. 1/3 of the machinery which was purchased on 1/4/2006 became obsolete and was sold for rupees 6,000. You understand what is given? First 1/4/2006 first machinery, 60,000 we have purchased. 1/3 of its value become obsolete and sold for rupees 6,000. So 1/3 of the value is how much? 20,000. 20,000 worth of machinery become obsolete. So that means what here? See here, by bank account or when you are selling, disposing your machinery, what is the journal entry? What is the journal entry? Cash comes in, machinery goes out, right? So cash or bank account data to machinery account. So credit side by bank account 6,000, right? Now we need to calculate what is the profit or loss on sale of machinery. What is the profit or loss on sale of machinery? So what is its book values? Now come to the workings. Cost of the machinery, first machinery, what is the cost? 60,000, right? 1/3 of the machinery, what is its value? 20,000. So first year, 2006, what is the depreciation you would have calculated for 9 months for 1/3 machinery? We need to calculate only for 1/3 machinery for calculation of profit or loss on sale of machinery. Okay. So here, depreciation for 2006, you have 1,500. 2007 whole year you have used, that is 20,000 into 10%, 2,000. So what is the book value? 3,500. You have deducted depreciation. Book value of the asset as on 1/1/2008. 1/3 of the machinery value is 16,500. 16,500 worth of machinery you are going to sell on when you are selling 1/1/2008. Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Sale value 1/1/2008 you are selling 6,000. So what is its profit or loss? Loss 16,500 worth of machinery you are selling. Selling only 6,000. So 10,500 is the loss on sale of machinery. So here see the ledger account by profit and loss account. That loss you have to transfer to profit and loss account. So by profit and loss account you have to write 10,500. You understand? This 10,500 is loss on sale of machinery.
Ma'am, can you explain another sum, ma'am?
Wait. Why this one?
It will be clear for us, ma'am.
No, let us complete this. Depreciation we need to calculate for the other three machinery. See here, depreciation now how much we have to calculate for 2008. First machinery you have to calculate only 2/3 machinery. 60,000 is whole machinery. 1/3 we become obsolete. We have sold out. Okay, so that you leave it. Depreciation you have to calculate only for 2/3 machinery. So 60,000 to 2/3 means 40,000. 40,000 1 year depreciation is 4,000. Second machinery, that is second machinery is 40,000. Third machinery is 20,000. So totally 60,000. Whole year you are using for 2008. So 60,000 into 10%. So 6,000, not 1,000. 6,000. So totally 10,000 depreciation you have to calculate. So here by depreciation account 10,000. Now you have to close the books of account. Debit side machinery account 1,03,500. Credit side you have balancing figure, that is 77,000. It is the closing balance of your machinery account. Okay. So machinery account, machinery book value at the end of the 2008, it is 77,000. Do you understand clearly under straight line method?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have a doubt, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, in the next slide, there is 16,500 on one for 2008, right, ma'am?
16,500, it is book value of 1/3 of the machinery, ma. First machinery you have purchased 60,000, right? Out of 60,000, 1/3 of the machinery value is 20,000.
Yes.
That become obsolete. We are calculating here. This is the book value.
Okay, ma'am.
Book value we have calculated here. Okay. This is
okay.
book value. So book value means what? After cost of the machinery is 20,000, ma. Depreciation you have calculated and deducted from the assets on 2006 1,500, 2007 2,000. So what is its book value? 20,000 minus 3,500. Book value is 16,500. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
112. This is book value, not cost of the machinery. Book value. Book value of the machinery. Okay. Can we go next one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next, let us see the diminishing balance method. Diminishing balance method or written down value method, one and the same. Diminishing balance method or written down value method means the amount of depreciation will be reduced year after year. That means in under straight line method depreciation we are calculating some fixed percentage on the fixed assets. The amount of depreciation will be the same for every year. But diminishing balance method or written down value method, how do you calculate? The per say for an example, same example you take it 1 lakh worth of machinery you are purchasing for 2006. Okay, so 1 lakh 10% for first year. 1 lakh into 10% means 10,000. Reduce it. Book value for the next year it is 90,000. Next year how do you calculate? 10% you have to calculate on the book value. That is 90,000 into 10%. So second year depreciation will be 9,000. Third year depreciation will be on book value. That is 90,000 minus 9,000. That is 81,000 will be the book value next year, third year. Okay. So you have to calculate 10% on 81,000. That means 8,100. That is the third year depreciation. So the amount of depreciation will be reduced year after year. That is why it is called as diminishing balance method or written down value method. Okay. See this same problem. Same problem. If it is we are preparing the first problem we have calculated under straight line method, right? The same problem. Let us see how to do under diminishing balance method or written down value method. How it differs, you will understand. See here. First machinery, as usual, you write to bank account 60,000 on 1/4/2006, 1/10/2006 to bank account, that is purchases for second machinery. This is purchase of first machinery. This is second machinery. Okay. How do you calculate depreciation? See here, workings. 2006, that is 60,000. Same thing. First year will be the same for under straight line as well as written down value. Why? Because percentage is same. 10% into 60,000 into 9 months. 9 months you have used. Second machinery you have used for 3 months. So 40,000 into 10% into 3 by 12. So 5,500 amount of depreciation for 2006. So 2006 by depreciation. So balance by balance carried down, that is 94,000. This is same. Next year 2007, how do you calculate depreciation? You have to come here. See here 2007. First year it is first machinery. You take the total book value. This book value is 94,500, right? Written down value method. You can take you can calculate combined of first machinery as well as second machinery, or individually also you can calculate. It will be the same, right? This is the book value. You have to calculate 10% on the book value. Book value is 94,500. Okay, this is 94,500. See here, 94,500 into 10%, right? So 10% is how much?
9450.
94,500. 9,450, right? Then third machinery, when you are purchasing 110, 2007. So third machinery, 20,000 into 6 by 12 into 10%. So 1,000 rupees, right? So total depreciation for 2007 is 10,450. This is 10,450. What is its value? 94,500, right? Correct. 94,500 into 10%, 9,450. 20,000, okay, 1,000, 10,450. Okay, correct. So now what is its total balancing figure? Closing balance? 1,14,500. So here will be 50, right? 1,04,050. Correct? Closing balance, is it correct? Right, 1,04,050 is the book value for the year 2007. So here also you have to bring 50. Okay. Right. So now we need to calculate third year, how to calculate depreciation. See here. Similarly, we have to calculate what is the profit or loss on sale of machinery. First, let us calculate. Then next one we will calculate. First year depreciation is 1,500. Second year depreciation, how do you calculate? Only on book value. So 20,000 minus 1,500. This 18,500, how did you got? On book value, right? That is 20,000 minus 1,500 is equal to 18,500 into 10%. So second year depreciation you have calculated 1,850. So what is the book value of 1/3 machinery? Book value of 1/3 machinery is how much? 16,650, right? This is 1/4/2008. This is book value of machinery, not cost. Book value of the machinery. See here, book value of the machinery 16,650. Worth of machinery you are selling 6,000 on 1/1/2008. So what is its loss? 10,650 is the loss. So here by profit and loss account, by bank account sale of the asset 6,000, by profit and loss account 10,650. Now we need to calculate depreciation for all the three machinery. We can calculate on this total book value minus that absolute value, you can deduct it. After that you can calculate, or otherwise individually also we can calculate. So see here, individually we have calculated. First machinery we have to calculate depreciation for 2/3 machinery. So 2/3 machinery means how much it is? 60,000 is the 2/3 machinery. First year depreciation you have calculated for 9 months. 60,000 into 10% into 9 by 12. That is 4,500. 4,500 for whole machinery. Okay. What for? So 55,500 minus 5,550 for the second year depreciation. This 55,500 minus second year depreciation 10%. After that, out of this value, we have taken 1/3 value, 2/3 value. Either you can calculate like this, or I will show you how to calculate. See here. 40,000 is the book value, right? Cost value 40,000. Can you see that? 40,000 minus first year depreciation is 10% for 9 months. How much it is? Can you calculate and tell me? Quickly calculate and tell me. 40,000 into 10% into 9 by 12. 3,000, right? So 3,000 for first year. So book value will be 37,000 minus second year depreciation 3,700. That is 37,000 into 10% whole year. So the book value for the second year, 2/3 machinery value is 37,000 minus 3,700. 33,300. 33,300 is the book value, right? So now 2008, what is the total year depreciation into 10% for whole year? So 3,330. Do you understand this one? Do you understand?
Please, can you please put it on the full screen?
Huh?
Full screen mode.
Okay. Full screen, I couldn't do this. Okay, see here, first machinery, either you can take the whole value, take the book value, 2/3 of the book value, or you can calculate straight away 40,000 minus first year depreciation and second year depreciation. So third year book value of the machinery, 2/3 book value of the machinery is 33,300. Okay, into 10%. Do you understand this or not? Second machinery, 40,000, first year depreciation 1,000 rupees you have deducted. Second year you have deducted 3,900, 39,000 into 10%, right? And this is the diminishing balance method. You have to keep it in your mind. So 39,000 into 10%, that is 3,900. So book value of the second machinery 35,500. So what is the depreciation into 10%? Sorry. Into 10%, that is 3,510. Okay. Third machinery, that is 20,000 minus 1,000 rupees previous year, deduct it. 19,000 is the book value. So 19,000 into 10%, that is 1,900. So these three machineries depreciation for the year 2008, it is 8,740. Correct? Huh? $8,740 you have to write by depreciation 8,740. So now how much it is you calculate here. Um, 1,04,050. 1,04,050 minus 6,000 minus 10,650 minus 8,740. So how much it is now?
78,600.
6, right? Correct. Now the balance book value of the asset. Book value of the asset 78,660 under diminishing balance method. See now, stay under straight line method. What is its book value? You got it. That is 77,000. Under straight line method, the book value of the all the assets machinery value 77,000. Now here under diminishing balance method 78,660. Right? Do you understand? Simply, listen, simply instead of calculating like this individual, here what is the book value here? 1,04,050, right? See here, I calculate you, I show you. 1,04,050 minus book value of the obsolete machinery, that is 16,650. So what is the remaining book value of the asset? Calculate. 1 minus 16,650. So 87,400 is the book value. 87,400 into 10%. So 8,740, got it? This is very simple method. Understand this?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Instead of calculating individual machinery under straight line, under diminishing balance method, this is the easy way. You take the book value, total book value, 3 machineries book value minus obsolete machinery book value. If you deduct it, you will get the remaining rest of the assets book value. This individually why I have calculated. You should understand how you are calculating the book value for each machinery. Okay, do you understand? No need to do this homework. For examination point of view, this method is easy. Okay? Do you understand this one of you?
Yes, madam.
Can you understand this method easy now?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, ma'am.
This alternate method I told you, no? Do you understand this one?
Yes.
Calculation of depreciation.
Please click on the hide.
Huh?
The hide besides stop sharing. Yeah.
What you are saying, I don't understand. What are you saying?
On the screen, can you please
At the
click on
bottom is the
besides stop sharing button?
Stop sharing, no?
there is
Besides
a
stop
button
sharing, there's a hide.
There is an hide, madam.
I didn't
On
get
the
that.
bottom of the screen, there,
No, hide. Click it, madam. Click it.
Okay.
Okay.
Now? Okay?
Yes.
Yes, madam.
This is easy way. Take the book value of the total machinery, deduct the book value of the obsolete machinery, you calculate third year depreciation. It is very simple method. Okay. Then let us see next one, annuity method. Second problem also I have calculated written down value method 10% for 4 years. You practice this problem. If you have any doubt, we will discuss tomorrow. Okay. Next, let us see annuity method. Why? Because after finishing this depreciation, I need to go for ratio analysis, right? So annuity, under annuity method, what is annuity method? Annuity method, we used to calculate amount of interest. That is amount of interest what for 5 years. Like that we have to calculate. Cost of the machinery, interest we have to calculate. It is treated as an capital expenditure, right? So the journal entry for this annuity method is, this is the journal entry. Ledger accounts, we can straight away, we can prepare, no need to go for journal. Suppose the examination point of view, if they ask you to prepare journal, you have to write, right? This is the, what are the ledger accounts you have to prepare under annuity method? That is profit and loss account and lease account. Generally, annuity method we used to calculate for lease account. When you are taking lease of land or lease of machinery, factory. So in that case, we are going to calculate annuity method. How to calculate depreciation? Annuity table value will be given in the problem itself. Suppose in the examination point of view, annuity value, see here, annuity value for 5 years. It is, see here, this problem. 5-year lease, 1st April 2013 for 5 lakhs. It is decided to write off depreciation on lease using the annuity method. The rate of interest is presumed to be 6% per annum. Annuity for 1 rupee for 5 years at 6% interest. Annuity table value is given 0.237396. Suppose this value, if it is not given in the problem, you get the annuity table from the examiner. You see the annuity table in that 6% 5-year period, that table value you have to take and you have to calculate. Okay. So 5 lakhs, that annuity value into what is the value, cost of the asset, that is 5 lakhs. If you calculate depreciation, what comes, that is for each year. Each year amount of depreciation is 1,18,698. 5 years, this list. Okay. So profit and loss account, when you are preparing, what is the journal entry? Debit side, you have to write to depreciation account. This depreciation amount you have to write. Credit side by interest account. So interest you have to calculate 5 lakhs into 6%. How much interest? How much interest? 5 lakhs into 6%. For 1 year, it is 30,000 interest. Okay. So 30,000 by interest account you have to write. Then next, every year you have to calculate interest. Which next year, second year interest, how do you calculate? 5 lakhs minus this depreciation you have to deduct. The rest of the amount you have to calculate interest 6%. 5 lakhs minus 1,18,698. That value, remaining value into 6%, that is interest rate, interest amount is 24,678. Likewise, every year you have to deduct this amount of depreciation from 5 lakhs. Okay. You understand? See here, lease account. Debit side, 1st April 2013. Right? Accounting period is 1st April. 1st April to 31st March. Okay. 1st April you are taking lease. Right? So nothing is mentioned in your problem. So we are assuming that 5 years, that is accounting period, start from 1st April. Okay, 1st April 2000. Bank account 5 lakhs, right? Then when you are getting interest, what is the, you have to write debit side, it is interest account 30,000, right? By depreciation for 1st year 1,18,698. So balancing figure is 4,11,302. So here we have to calculate interest for the second year is this balance amount, right? Balance amount that is 4,11,302 into 6%, that is the interest amount. Similarly, second year amount of depreciation will be the same, 1,18,698. This is the book value of the second year. Then you have to bring into account next year, third year, you have to bring into account the book value. Then you have to calculate the interest on this book value, that is 6%. You add this, then next year depreciation. Likewise, you have to prepare for 5 years. This is the annuity method of depreciation. Okay. Any? Right?
Yes, ma'am. This is easier than the other two accounts.
Okay.
Understand.
Let us say next chapter, ratio analysis. What is ratio? Ratio means what? What is ratio? What is ratio? Relationship between two numbers, right? Two numbers. That is it. We can say it is a arithmetical expression. 2:1, or 1:2, or 3:4. So what it is, right? That why do we calculate this? We can say correlation between two numbers or two accounts, right? So what is the correlation? So why do we need to prepare ratio analysis? That is final statements. Trading profit and loss account and balance sheet is the final statement. Final statement, what it gives you? Final statements gives you to what is the profit or loss earned by the company, and then what is the financial position of the company. Only these two informations gives you. right? As a management point of view, there are lot of interpretations are required. That financial statements will not give you interpretation. Only these two things it will give you, right? When as a management point of view, we need management and then they need to bring into some interpretation, some analysis to take decision making. What is the solvency of the company? What is the liquidity of the company? What is the profitability of the company? What is the efficiency of the company, right? For that reason, we need to analyze the financial statements. For that, we can use this ratio analysis. Ratio analysis is a tool. Ratio analysis is a tool or technique which we are using for analyzing financial statements. Okay, so the objectives of our ratio analysis, advantages, limitations, everything I have given. You go through it. If we explain all the theories, we need some more time for explaining problems. Okay, that you go through it. Okay, types of ratios. What are the types of ratios? Right? Liquidity ratio, leverage ratio, activity ratio, profitability. We are going to calculate. We here under ratio analysis. Hello, stop talking. Listen to class. Otherwise, I will mute your mics.
Triples, super. Then triples.
Requesting to mute everyone, man.
Triples, guys. Triples, ji.
Types of ratios: liquidity ratio, leverage ratio, activity ratio, profitability ratio, and coverage ratio. Liquidity ratio. Liquidity means what? That is quickly. Assets are to be converted quickly into cash. That is called liquidity. So liquid assets, you have liquidity ratios. We are using for short-term solvency. Short-term solvency means whether your current asset is enough. So what is the current asset is position to pay off your current liability? Is it enough or not? So that is that we are going to analyze. That is called liquidity ratio. Liquidity ratio we used to calculate the relationship between current assets and current liability. If you generally, what is the norms for liquidity ratio? 2:1. If you have 2 times of current asset, you can pay off your 1 time of your current liability. That is the meaning, right? Solvency ratio, we can say it is a short-term solvency or liquidity ratio. There are 2 other ratios are there. That is quick ratio and then absolute liquid ratio under the liquidity ratio. Leverage ratio. So leverage ratio means what? The ability, company's efficiency or ability to pay off the long-term debt. So long-term debt means what is your total long-term liability? Is it sufficient to pay off your fixed assets? Fixed assets, is it sufficient for pay off your bonus fund and debt of your long-term debt of your company? Long-term solvency. Leverage ratio explains you long-term solvency ratios. Okay. Activity ratio. Activity means it measures the efficiency of the company. How the machine efficiency is measured? That is debtors turnover ratio, creditors turnover ratio, working capital turnover. Turnover means sales. Efficiency, how many times you are repaying your creditors on your sales. How many times you are collecting credit sales from your debtors? That is the efficiency. How many times you are your working capital on your sales? That is, these are all the ratios measuring the efficiency of the company. Okay. The next one, profitability ratio. Profitability ratio, two things are there. One is finding the profitability of your net profit ratio, gross profit ratio, then profit margin ratio, like that. Another thing is capital employed. what is the revenue or funds generated from your business on your asset, funds employed on your assets. So profits are revenues generated from your assets that reflects the capital employed, right? So these kind of ratios are profitability ratios. Coverage ratio. Coverage means it's nothing but interest. Interest, how much you are paying off your debentures or debtors. Debentures are your creditors, how much percentage is covered on your profit. That is interest coverage on your profit, right? See here, liquidity ratios. We have classified here. I have given all the ratios and norms, everything. You read out each and everything. If I explain, it will time is insufficient. So straight away I will go to the problem, right? So liquidity ratio, under the three ratios are there: current ratio, quick ratio or liquid ratio, or acid test ratio. Then third one is absolute liquid ratio. Current ratio is the formula: current asset divided by current liability. Current liability, current assets, what are the assets or current assets? I have given here: stock, debtor, cash, bank balance, bills receivable, accounts receivable, short-term loans or investments. So these are all current assets. Current liabilities, what are they? Creditors, outstanding expenses, short-term loans, bank overdraft, provision for taxation and proposed dividends. So these are all current liabilities. Quick ratio. Quick ratio means is nothing but quick asset divided by current liability or quick liability. What is quick asset? Quick asset is nothing but you have to take stock, eliminate the stock and prepaid expenses from your current asset. Current asset minus stock and prepaid expenses is called quick asset. Quick liability is current liability minus bank overdraft. Okay, bank overdraft, if you eliminate the rest of the liability, is called quick liability, right? Absolute liquid ratio, absolute cash ratio is nothing but only cash in hand, cash at bank, short-term marketable securities. This is absolute liquid asset divided by current liabilities. Okay, these are all the formulas. Then activity ratio, short-term stock turnover ratio, debtors turnover ratio, creditors turnover ratio, stock to working capital ratio. These are all activity ratios. Okay, I have given formula, everything. We'll go through it. Profitability ratio, under that gross profit ratio, operating ratio, net profit ratio, return on capital employed, earnings per share. So these are all the profitability ratios. Then solvency ratio, debt to equity ratio, debt ratio, proprietary ratio, interest coverage ratio. These are all the formulas, explanations I have given. So let us see one problem. Here, financial statements will be given. You may ask you to prepare, find out, calculate liquid ratio, quick ratio, solvency ratio, gross profit ratio, like that they may ask you. One point of view. Another alternative method, they will give you the answer. Quick ratio is 2:1. Current ratio is 1:2. Like that will be given. So you are required to prepare a statement, prepare balance sheet or proprietary fund statement. Like that they may ask. Two methods for examination point of view we have to prepare. Okay, let us see. The balance sheet is given. You have to calculate liquid ratio, debt equity ratio, solvency ratio, stock of working capital ratio, right? So first one, what is the formula for liquid ratio? Liquid asset divided by liquid liability or current liability. Liquid asset, what are they? See here, stock, debtor, cash. So stock you have to eliminate from the current asset. These three are current asset. Current asset minus stock is liquid asset. So in that case you have to take only debtors and cash. Debtors 2 lakhs, cash is 1 lakh. So totally liquid asset is 3 lakhs. What is liquid liability? What are the current liabilities are given? Overdraft 1 lakh is given. Creditors 2 lakhs given. So totally 3 lakhs. So when you are taking a liquid liability, you have to eliminate the bank overdraft. Bank overdraft, if you are eliminating only creditor, that is 2 lakhs. So what is the liquid ratio? 3 lakhs divided by 2 lakhs, that is 1.5 times. That is liquid ratio. Okay. The next one, debt to equity ratio. Debt to equity ratio, what is the formula? Debt means external equity, that is loan, long-term loans, debentures, these are all debt. Equity ratio means equity, owner's equity. Owner's equity, it includes preference share capital, equity share capital, and then reserve fund, shareholders fund or reserves. These are all comes under proprietary fund or owner's equity or internal equity. We can say anything else. Okay. So debt means all outsiders loan, including current liabilities. So see here, outsiders loan, that is 6% debentures are given 3 lakhs. This is outsider liability. Then creditors are given 2 lakhs. 1 lakh is bank overdraft. So total outsiders liability is 6 lakhs. Right. Internal equities, what are the internal equities? That is equity share capital plus reserve fund. Suppose preference share capital, if it also given, that also you have to bring into owner's equity. That is 1,50,000, sorry, 15 lakhs plus 1 lakh, 16 lakhs. So what is the debt equity ratio? Debt is 6 lakhs divided by equity is Hello, can you hear me? Can you see? Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. We are able to listen you.
Okay, till which problem you have listened? Second problem when I started, have you listened? Did you heard this one? Second problem?
Yes, yes.
No, ma'am, no.
The meeting
No,
in
madam. That
Uh,
till that ratio theory only we have listened.
Oh, first problem also you didn't listen.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay, I will start from first problem.
Madam, your
Yes,
voice is not audible, madam.
not audible?
Yeah, madam.
No, no. Voice audible, madam. Voice
It's
audible.
very low, madam. Low, very low.
Now, can you hear me now?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's
Okay.
okay. Okay.
Okay, let us once again I explain you problem number 1. Balance sheet is given. You are required to calculate. Keep silence and listen. If any problem arises, then tell me. Okay. Liquid ratio, debt equity ratio, solvency ratio, stock turnover ratio, working capital ratio. Right? Only these 4 ratios they are requesting you to calculate. Balance sheet is given. Right? So in this case, what is the if you know the formula, then only you can apply. Right? See here, what is the liquid ratio formula? Liquid asset divided by liquid liability. Liquid asset is current asset minus stock. So here stock eliminate, only the 2 lakhs debtors and cash you take it for calculation of liquid asset. That is 3 lakhs, right? Liquid liability is current liability minus overdraft. So here only 2 items are given, overdraft and creditor. Let us take only creditor because of liquid liability. That is 2 lakhs. So 3 lakhs divided by 2 lakhs, that is 1.5 times is the liquid ratio. Right? Next one, debt to equity ratio. Debt to equity ratio is the formula for debt divided by equity. Debt means external equity or equity ratio means internal equity. Debt means here all external. What are the all external equities? That is debentures 3 lakhs plus overdraft 1 lakh plus creditor. So these things are debt. Debt is 6 lakhs. Okay. What is your equity shareholder? That is equity share capital plus reserve fund. So this is 16 lakhs internal equity. The formula is external equity divided by internal equity. That is 16 lakhs. 6 lakhs divided by 16 lakhs, that is 0.375 times, right? Solvency ratio, what is the formula? Solvency means your total asset is sufficient to pay off your external liability, right? External liability already we have calculated 6 lakhs. What is your total asset? Total asset is 22 lakhs. Okay. So 6 lakhs divided by 22 lakhs into 100, that is 27.27%. This is solvency ratio. Okay. Next is stock of working capital ratio. What is stock of working capital ratio? Working capital ratio formula, current assets minus current liability is the working capital. Stock of working capital means stock divided by working capital. Stock already it is given 5 lakhs divided by working capital is current asset 8 lakhs. Totally current asset is 8 lakhs minus current liability is 3 lakhs. So 8 lakhs minus 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs. So 5 lakhs divided by 5 lakhs, 100% is the stock of working capital ratio. Right? Come to the second problem. You are required to calculate current ratio, quick ratio, cash ratio and net working ratio. So what is the formula for current ratio? Current asset divided by current liability. Current asset is you have to take all these things: stock, debtor, cash in hand and bank, bills receivable, short-term investments, and prepaid expenses. These are the items are current assets. Current liabilities: bank overdraft, sundry creditor, bills payable, outstanding expenses. These 4 items are current liabilities. So the 1,50,000 divided by 75,000. Current ratio is 2:1. Okay. Quick ratio. Quick ratio, what is the formula? Current assets minus stock and prepaid expenses. Quick asset divided by quick liability. That is the quick ratio. Okay. So quick asset, you have to eliminate stock and prepaid expenses. Current asset is 1,50,000 minus stock 36,500 minus prepaid expenses 1,000 rupees. So quick asset is 1,12,500. Quick liability is 75,000. You have, if you are eliminating bank overdraft, that is quick liability 55,000. So what is the amount? That is 1,12,500 divided by 70. If you take current liability, the amount answer is 1.5 times into 1. If you take quick liability, that is quick asset divided by quick liability, that is 2.045 times. Okay, this is the formula. Take cash ratio. Cash ratio, what is the formula? You have to take only cash in hand and bank and short-term investment. Cash in hand and bank, that is 10,000 plus short-term investment 30,000, 40,000 divided by current liability. Current liability is 75,000. Cash ratio is 0.53:1. Net working capital. What is the net working capital formula? Current assets minus current liability. Current asset is 1,50,000 minus current liability is 75,000. So current asset minus current liability is 75,000. Okay, do you understand this? Next one, third problem. Current assets, you are calculate current assets and current liabilities. Current ratio is given and working capital given, right? Are you listening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, see this problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Ratio is given. Ratios are given, that is current ratio is given 2.5 times. Working capital 60,000 are given. Okay, only these are the items are given. You are required to calculate what is the current asset, what is the current liability. Only these 2 sentences is the problem. Do you understand this? This is the problem.
Understood, ma'am.
So in this case, what you have to calculate with the help of working capital and current ratio, we need to find out what is the current asset value, what is the current liabilities value. Okay. So what is current ratio? Current ratio means what? Current asset divided by current liability. Is it right? What is current ratio means? Current asset divided by current liability is equal to 2.5 times. Isn't it? What is working capital? Working capital means current asset minus current liability is equal to 60,000. Right? Working capital means current asset minus current liability is equal to 60,000. Right? That is working capital. What is your current asset? See here. Current asset divided by current asset divided by current liability is equal to 2.5 times. This is ratio. Okay. What is working capital? 60,000. Current asset minus current asset minus current liability is equal to 60,000. Okay, this is working capital. Okay, so now 60,000 is the working capital. That means current asset, let us assume 2.5 times, current liability is 1 time. 2.5/1. That means current liability, if it is a 1 time, your current asset will be 2.5 times. Do you understand? So now let us take current asset minus current liability. So what is current asset minus current liability? Current asset current asset minus current liability, that is 2.5 minus 1, that is 1.5. Do you understand? 1.5 times is equal to 60,000. Do you understand? 1.5 times is equal to 60,000. Right? Do you understand this? How do you got? 1.5 times is 60,000. What for one time? That is current liability. Right? 60,000 divided by 1.5, you will get one time. So current liability is 60,000 divided by 1.5 into 1. That is 40,000 is your current liability. Current asset is what? 2.5 times. So 40,000 is the one time, right? So 40,000 into 2.5 times, that is 1 lakh is the current asset. Do you understand this?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
How did you got this? Current ratio is 2.5 times are given. Working capital is given 60,000. What is the amount of current asset and current liability we have to calculate? Okay. So current working capital means current asset minus current liability is equal to 60,000. Current ratio is given 2.5 times. That means current asset divided by current liability. 2.5, that means current liability, if it is a one time, your current asset will be 2.5 times. So current asset is 2.5 minus 1 time is equal to 1.5. 1.5 times are equal to your working capital, that is 60,000. So what for one time? What for 2.5 times? Okay. So 60,000 divided by 1.5 into 1 time, that is called excess current liability, right? So current liability is 40,000. When your one time current liability is 40,000, what is current assets value? Multiply by 2.5 times, that is 1 lakh. Right? Do you understand this?
Yes.
This kind of small problems will be given in 6 marks question and 10 marks questions. Okay. Even 20 marks questions also, there are a lot of formulas will be given. You have to prepare balance sheet and other things. I have calculated here so many problems I have given. Let us see one by one. Right?
This formulas will
CD.
be given by
Formulas I have given in the slides. You have to go through. Right?
for examination, madam.
For examination point of view, you have to by heart.
Okay.
They will not give you. Formulas they will not give you. If you know, then only you can apply.
Okay.
Ma'am, how we will get these slides?
Which is slides?
This slide, ma'am.
We have already. I have already uploaded in our website.
Okay, ma'am.
Our Pondicherry University website, DD website, accounting for manager. The same slides are there. Okay, you can download and see.
Okay.
Okay. Now let us see fourth problem. Calculate debtors turnover ratio and average collection period from this information. So what is given? Total sales are given 4 lakhs. Cash sales are given 20% on total sales. Debtors, opening debtor 1/1/2004, debtors 40,000. Debtors, closing debtors given 1,20,000. So what is the formula for debtors turnover ratio? Debtors turnover ratio, what is the formula? That is credit sales, net credit sales divided by average debtor. Debtors turnover ratio formula is net credit sales. Net means what? Net means what? Net credit sales, total sales minus sales return. That is net sales. Net sales minus cash sales, if you deduct only credit sales. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Debtors turnover ratio means net credit sales divided by average debtors. Here net credit sales it is total sales are given 4 lakhs. Cash sales are given 20% on sales. So 4 lakhs into 20% you deduct it. 20% is how much? 80,000 you deduct it. So 3,20,000 is your credit sales. Okay. Do you understand this? 3,20,000 is credit sales. What is the average debtor? Opening debtor plus closing debtor divided by 2. That is average debtor. So 40,000 divided by, 40,000 plus 1,20,000 divided by 2, 80,000. So therefore, debtors turnover ratio is 3,20,000 divided by 80,000, 4 times. Debtors turnover ratio is 4 times. Okay. Average collection period. Average collection period means what? How many days or months you will collect credit sales from your debtors, cash collection from debtors. So what is the formula? Number of days in a year or number of months in a year divided by debtors turnover ratio. So number of days is 365 days, let us assume per year, and then for 12 months divided by debtors turnover ratio. Debtors turnover ratio is 4 times. So what is the answer is 369. If you say in number of days, average collection period is 91 days, or if you say in terms of months, that is 3 months. Okay. Do you understand this problem?
Yes, sir.
Can we go next?
Yes, ma'am.
See this next one. Calculate creditors turnover ratio. Similarly, how you have calculate debtors turnover ratio? Similar way, you have to calculate creditors turnover ratio. Creditor means you have to take only credit purchases, right? You have to pay your supplier. Okay. So net credit purchases. What is the formula for that? Net credit purchases divided by average creditor. Net credit purchases, it is given, but credit purchases 12 lakhs. Creditor means bills, creditors plus bills payable or accounts payable. You have to take it on the same way. Accounts payable means creditor plus bills payable. Okay, that is called accounts payable. We can take both things. Okay. Opening creditor is 4 lakhs. Closing creditor is 2 lakhs. So what is the average? 4 plus 2 divided by 2. 3 lakhs. Creditors turnover ratio is 12 lakhs. Credit purchases is 12 lakhs divided by average creditor is 3 lakhs. So 4 times, right? Average collection period. Same thing. Number of days or number of months in the year divided by creditors turnover ratio. So 365 days or 12 months divided by 4 times. Answer already you have calculated creditors turnover ratio. So answer is in terms of days is 91 days or 3 months. This is the creditor turnover ratio. See the next one, stock turnover ratio. Stock turnover ratio, opening stock is given, closing stock, wages, sales, purchases, carriage inverse, all these things are given. So what is the formula for stock turnover ratio? Net sales or cost of goods sold divided by average stock. Average inventory. This one should come here. Average inventory or stock. Okay. It's not coming. Okay. Now net sales is how much it is given? Net sales, that is cost of sales you have to take. In this problem, sales are given 80,000. You have to take only cost value. So cost value, opening stock 18,000, closing stock 22,000 are given. Wages 14,000. Purchases 46,000, carriage inverse 4,000. So either you can use sales value, net sales value or cost of goods value. Generally, hello. Generally, cost of goods sold we have to take instead of sales. Sales here we have taken 80,000, right? Cost of goods sold means what? Opening stock. See here. Opening stock. Instead of 80,000, you can take 18,000 plus purchases 46,000 plus wages 14,000 plus carriage inverse 4,000 minus closing stock 22,000. This is cost of goods sold. So how much it is? Can you calculate? Can you calculate and tell me? 18,000 plus 46,000 plus 14,000 plus 4,000 minus 22,000. How much comes?
60,000.
60, yeah?
Yes.
18,000 plus 46,000 plus 4,000.
60,000, ma'am.
60,000. So cost of goods sold is 60,000. Yes, 60,000. So here generally stock turnover ratio we used to take only cost of goods sold. Sometimes cost of goods sold will not be given in the problem. In that case, you have to take sales value, right? Here all the other informations are given. When you are preparing trading account, debit side opening stock, purchases, wages, say a carriage inverse, these things comes in the debit side. Credit side, sales and closing stock will be there, right? The debit side gross profit will be there. So gross profit is eliminated from the sales, right? That means that is cost of sales is 60,000. So here 60,000 divided by 20,000. How much? 3 times. If you are using the cost of goods sold in the formula, that is 3 times. If you are taking net sales, the answer is 4 times. Okay. Generally, we used to take only cost of sales, not sales. Let us see the next one. See this 7th problem. The following information: calculate stock turnover ratio. Sales are given 4 lakhs, gross profit ratio 10% on sales, opening stock, closing stock. Stock turnover ratio, what is the formula? Stock turnover ratio formula is net sales or cost of goods sold divided by average inventory, right? Average inventory, that is the cost of goods sold. So what is the here? Net sales or cost of sales, 4 lakhs is the sales. Deduct the gross profit ratio, 10%, 40,000 you deduct it. So what is our cost of goods sold? 3,60,000. If you are taking as a sales, here 4 lakhs you have taken. Average stock is opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2. 38,500, 41,500 divided by 2, that is 40,000. If you are using a stock turnover ratio, net sales means that is 10 times. 4 lakhs divided by 40,000, 10 times. If you are using cost of goods sold, that is 3,60,000 divided by 40,000, that is 9 times. This is the answer. Generally, we used to take cost of goods sold for calculation of stock turnover ratio. See this problem. This is as usual. We need to calculate debtors turnover ratio, creditors turnover ratio, stock turnover ratio from the available information. Previously, individually we have done. Here clubbed. All these formulas are clubbed. Let us see. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Stock turnover ratio, we are getting 2 values. Which is the more accurate value?
Cost of goods sold. We have to take cost of goods sold divided by average stock. That is the more suitable and more acceptable formula. Sometimes cost of goods sold informations will not be available. So in that case, you have to take sales value. Okay.
Okay.
See here also, if informations are given, if you are calculate to calculate assets turnover ratio, fixed assets turnover ratio, like that, if they ask, it is easy to calculate, right? Sometimes, most of the times will be given this kind of problem for 10 marks and 20 marks problem. See here, answer is given: current ratio, liquid ratio, fixed assets to proprietary ratio, some clue are given. So you are required to prepare balance sheet. This kind of problem is very, very important in the calculation of ratios. Okay, let us see this problem. Working capital is given 2,40,000, bank overdraft given 40,000, fixed assets to proprietary fund ratio 0.75 times, reserves and surplus 1,60,000, current ratio, quick ratio, liquidity ratio are given. So with the available information, first let us find out what is the amount of current liability, what is the amount of current asset, right? So current asset and current liability, clue is given working capital 2,40,000. So current, first let us see, current ratio means current asset divided by current liability. Previously one small problem we have done, no? Same method you follow it. Current asset divided by current liability is equal to 2.5 times. Working capital is current asset minus current liability is 2,40,000. So 2,40,000 divided by 1.5 times, that is 2.5 minus 1. Current asset is 2.5 times, current liability is 1 time. So what is this? 2,40,000 divided by 1.5 times. Current liability value is 1,60,000. Current asset value is 1,60,000 into 2.5 times, that is 4 lakhs. Okay. This one, as usual, previously one problem I explained to you, same thing you calculate. Now, liquid ratio 1.5 times is given. What is the difference between liquid ratio and current ratio? Stock and prepaid, current asset and liquid asset, the value is stock and stock value. So with this current liquid ratio, we can find out stock value. See here, stock is liquid ratio, current asset minus stock is the liquid asset divided by current liability. Is the answer is given to 1.5 times. Current asset value we have calculated, that is 4 lakhs. For stock value we do not know, that we have to find out, divided by current liability. Let us take it as current liability, that is 1,60,000. So what for there is 1.5, if you bring this 1,60,000 this side, 4 lakhs minus stock value. So here stock is 4 lakhs minus 1.5 times, isn't it? In 1.5 into 1,60,000, that is 2,40,000. Stock value is 1,60,000. Okay. Got it? Stock value, have you got? Difference between current asset and liquid asset value. So if your current asset value is 4 lakhs, that already we have calculated. So liquid ratio is given 1.5 times. So what is the liquid asset value? Liquid asset value is 4 lakhs. 2,40,000 here we have calculated. So 2,40,000 minus current asset is 4 lakh. So stock value is 1,60,000. Let it be. Then next, what is the clue is given? Fixed assets to proprietary fund ratio. That means 0.75. If you have fixed asset, you have to use the equation, accounting equation. So accounting equation means what? Total, that is shareholder fund or equity fund plus liability are equal to assets, total assets. That is fixed asset plus current asset. Okay. Your liability side, shareholders fund, let us take it as X, right? So see here, shareholders fund, let us take it as X. Current liability we have calculated already, 1,60,000, right? So shareholders fund we do not know, take it as X. Current liability is 1,60,000 is equal to fixed asset is 0.75x. We do not know what is fixed assets. That is 0.75x. If you have 1 rupee share capital, that is for 75% or your fixed asset. That is 0.75x. Current asset value we know 4 lakhs. We are assuming that there is no long-term liability. Here no long-term liability, right? So now you solve this equation, you will get the value of proprietary fund as well as fixed asset. So 1x, if you bring this 0.75x this side, is equal to 4 lakhs. If you are bringing 1,60,000 value to this side, you will get the value 4 lakhs minus 1,60,000, that is 40,000. 1x minus 0.75x is equal to 0.25x. So what is the x value? 2 lakhs, x value is equal to 2,40,000 divided by 0.25x. 25. What is the x value? 9,60,000. X is what? Shareholder fund, right? Shareholder fund is 9,60,000. What is fixed asset? Shareholder fund into x, 0.75x. So 9,60,000 into 0.75x is 7,20,000 is the fixed asset. Shareholder fund is 9,60,000. Got it? Do you understand this one? Now we have to prepare balance sheet. You have all the values to prepare the balance sheet, right? Come to the balance sheet side, liability side. Shareholders fund you have calculated, that is 9,60,000. Your problem, resource and surplus are given 1,60,000. That means shareholder fund means nothing but capital plus resource and surplus, that is total proprietary fund or equity fund. Okay, proprietary fund or equity fund. Shareholders fund, that is 9,60,000 means including capital plus resource and surplus. So resource and surplus is 1,60,000 is given. So what is your capital? 8 lakhs. So total shareholder fund is 9,60,000. So current liability already we have calculated, totally it is 40,000. Bank overdraft, sorry, not 40,000. Current liabilities are 1,60,000 is the current liability, right? Out of 1,60,000, 40,000 clue is given bank overdraft in your problem. So total current asset is 1,60,000 means you have to split it and show. Bank overdraft 40,000, remaining 1,20,000, 1,60,000. You have to deduct it. Okay. Come to the fixed assets. Fixed assets already we have calculated 7,20,000. Current asset is total current asset is 4 lakhs. Stock we have calculated 1,60,000. So 4 lakhs minus 1,60,000. Other current asset is 2,40,000. So this is the balance sheet total. This is the way of preparation of balance sheet. If they are in the examination point of view, ratios, if it is given to prepare balance sheet or proprietary fund statement, you have to prepare like this. Okay.
Okay.
Any doubt in this? In this equation?
Understand.
Shall we go for the next one? The last one. See this problem. There are a lot of things are given. Paid up capital, plant and machinery, total sales, gross profit, annual credit sales, current ratio, inventory ratio, fixed assets ratio, average collection period. So many things are given. You are required to prepare balance sheet of ABB Limited, right? See here, with the help of information, any clue, we have to find out. So here, what is the clue is given? Sales, total sales is given 5 lakhs. Gross profit 25% are given. So we can find out what is the cost of sales, right? So 5 lakh sales, sales return also given. Where is given?
8% of sales.
80% annual credit sales is 80% of net sales. Second. Sales, total sales per annum 5 lakhs. Paid up capital 50,000, plant and machinery 1,25,000, gross profit 25%, 80% net sales. Okay, where is sales returns are given?
Is there, madam? 20% of sales.
Sales return is not given.
Sales return is 73 days they given. 73 days.
No, sales return is 20% of the sale, ma'am. It's there.
Yeah,
Below
20%
the
of
fixed
sale it
asset
is.
turnover.
That is cash
Ah.
sale. See, net credit sale, annual credit sale 80% is okay. Where is the sales
Okay.
return is given in the problem?
Is there?
Yes, it's given, ma'am. See, fourth,
Well,
like
it is
after the fourth
20%.
line, after what you have chosen,
Where is
20% of the sales. Sales returns is 20% of the sales.
given, huh?
Yeah, it's given it.
Yeah,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes.
5 lakhs,
ma'am.
its
Yes,
20% would be 1 lakh.
So 1 lakh previous it is given.
Oh, oh, here it is given. Okay. Here, right. That's why I am thinking. Okay. Sales return 20% of sales are given. So that's why we have calculated sales return 5 lakhs into 20%. That is 1 lakh deducted. So net sales is 4 lakhs. So credit sales is 80%. Okay. So 80% into 4 lakhs, that is 3 lakhs 20,000. Gross profit is 25% on net sales. That is 4 lakhs, including cash sales or credit sales. Gross profit is 25%. Gross profit is 1 lakh. Okay. So now, what is the cost of goods sold? 4 lakhs. 4 lakhs is the net sales, right? Minus gross profit 1 lakh. That is net credit sales. Net sales is 3 lakhs. Sorry, cost of goods sold is 3 lakhs. With this help of cost of goods sold and inventory turnover, we can find out what is the inventory turnover ratio are given, right?
Yes,
inventory turnover ratio
it's 4.
4 times. So here, what is the formula? Cost of goods sold divided by stock turnover or inventory turnover is equal to inventory turnover. Inventory we do not know. Average inventory we do not know. Inventory turnover is answer is given 4 times. So what is the stock? Average stock is 75,000. We have calculated 3 lakhs divided by 4 times. Okay. Actually here, inventory cost of goods sold divided by average inventory. Average or closing inventory. Closing inventory. Here inventory turnover is equal to inventory turnover is given in your problem, that is 4 times. Okay. So cost of goods sold is 3 lakhs divided by average or closing inventory we do not know. Take it as X is equal to 4 times. So what is X? If you bring X this side, 3 lakhs divided by 4 times. So average or closing stock. This 75,000 is average or closing stock. Closing stock. That is 75,000. Okay. The next one, receivables turnover ratio. Receivables turnover ratio, what is given? No, average collection period is given. Average collection period is 73 days are given, right? So average collection period, what is the formula? Receivable debtor turnover ratio, number of days or months in the year divided by debtors turnover ratio. Okay, debtors turnover ratio we do not know. That is 365 days is in a whole year is equal to that is 73 days. So if you calculate, debtors turnover ratio is 5 times. So debtors turnover ratio, what is the formula? Net credit sales. See here. Net credit sales divided by receivables turnover. That is, answer is given. Actually, what is the formula? Net credit sales divided by average or closing debtor. Okay. Average or closing debtors. This is equal to receivables turnover, right? So here average or closing debtor we do not know. Average net credit sales is given 3 lakhs 20,000 we have calculated already here. It is here. Average closing debtor, take it as X is equal to 5 times, right? Here is equal to 5 times.
Divided by 5 times.
Divided by x. X means
Divided by 5 times.
No, here we have calculated 5 times.
The 5 times 3,20,000 divided by 5 times means 64,000 will come.
64,000. This is x.
3,20,000 divided by 5 times. Because I'm saying 5 times of the turnover of the credit sales. So 3,20,000 divided by 5 times is 64,000 is the receivable turnover.
64,000 is your debtors. This is debtors.
Average closing debtors, yes.
Average or closing data.
Yes, closing debtors.
Okay, closing data's value is 64,000. Do you understand this?
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Okay. The next one. What is given information? Cash, we can find out cash. Inventory, 1/5 of inventory is cash to inventory, 1:15. Cash to inventory. So how much is the cash we can find out? Inventory is we have calculated here 75,000. Inventory is nothing but stock. Okay. Cash is 1/15. So 75,000
divided by 5 means
divided by 15. 15
yes.
115. 1:15. So if
Yes,
you
so
put cash to inventory, if your inventory is 15 times, your cash will be 1 time, isn't it? So
yes, 75,000 divided by 15 is equal to 5,000 rupees.
yes, 75,000. Sorry.
Divided by 15 equal to 5,000 rupees.
Here it is wrong. 75,000 divided. I couldn't write. It is a image. It is image figure. I couldn't overwrite. Okay. 75,000 divided by 15. That is 5,000. Correct?
Correct, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay. The next one, total current assets. That is current assets. We can find out. Now we have stock value, debtors value, and then cash value. So we can total it. Current asset. Inventory is 75,000. Debtors 64,000. Cash 5,000. So total current asset is 1,44,000. Total current liability we can find out. Current liability to current asset, that is current ratio is given 2 times in your problem. Current ratio, that is current asset divided by current liability. So current asset is 1,44,000 divided by 2. Therefore current liability is 72,000. Okay. Then bank credit to trade credit, that is 2 times. So you can calculate to current liability.
2/3 of current liability. 72,000 divided by 3 into 2.
Yes.
So 48,000.
So bank credit is 48,000. Likewise, trade credit is 1/3 of your current liability. Current 1/3 of your current liability. Okay. So 24,000. Total debt is 3 times of your current liability. Total debt is 3 times. Total debt to current liability. So 3 times into current liability, that is 72,000 into 3 times, 2,16,000. Long-term debt. Long-term debt means what? Total debt minus current liability is long-term debt. Total debt is 2,16,000 minus current liability is 72,000. So long-term debt is 1,44,000. Fixed asset is what is given? Fixed assets turnover ratio is 2 times. Turnover is nothing but sales. Okay. So fixed assets, net sales divided by 2 times means fixed assets sales is 4 lakhs, right? Net sales is 4 lakhs divided by fixed assets we do not know. Answer is 2 times. So 4 lakhs divided by 2 is equal to 2 lakhs. Your fixed asset is 2 lakhs. Other fixed assets, plant and machinery, that is 2 lakhs minus, see here, other fixed assets are given. Plant and machinery 1,25,000. So 2 lakhs is the total fixed asset. Minus 1,75,000. 1,25,000 is the plant and machinery. Okay. So now remaining other asset is 75,000, right? Total asset is fixed asset plus current asset. Fixed asset is 2 lakhs. Current asset is 1,44,000. We have calculated. Total asset is 3,44,000. So what is the net worth? Net worth means what? Total asset minus total debt. Total asset is 3,44,000 minus total debt means here we have 1 lakh. Total debt is 2,16,000. Total debt. Long term debt plus current liability. 2,16,000. So net worth means shareholder fund, right? Paid up capital or shareholders fund or equity fund, anything you can see. That is 1,28,000. Reserves and surplus are given 50,000. Paid up capital 50,000. So net worth means paid up capital plus reserves and surplus is called the net worth. So paid up capital is 50,000 are given. So reserves and surplus is 78,000. So finding all these things, you can prepare balance sheet, all these informations. That's all. If you prepare balance sheet, it should get tally, right? You practice some more problems. Many books are available. Ratios problems to balance sheet will be given, or trading profit and loss account will be given. You may require to calculate some ratios. They may ask you, or otherwise they may ask you to give like this. Answer will be given. You have to find out the value and prepare the balance sheet or shareholders fund net worth. Okay. You practice it. Any doubt, you note down. Next class we will discuss. Okay. Can we wind up?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you give contact details?